0138. The item has been advertised as a public hearing item. So therefore the request being on line 5 of the staff report is for the Planning Commission to receive the updated information as well as to hold a public hearing on the item. The last time this was before you was a work session on July 17th of this year. Staff recommendation on line 11. Staff does recommend that the Planning Commission grant conditional approval of the application at this time. As you can see, beginning on line 16, the remaining substantive items to address are around stormwater and the detailed design of the utility work. I think staff is of the opinion that the difference between where the application materials are and where they need to be in order to reach code compliance are achievable. And you can see the reasons for that in the report as well as in the detailed staff comments. But before I go any further, I'll turn it over to our lead staffer, Mr. Jeff Holland.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and the Planning Commission. I'm Jeff Holland with the Planning Staff. As Paul had mentioned, tonight is a scheduled public hearing for the Planning Commission to review a proposed site plan for the new Yassini Jewelers store at the corner of West Broad and Falls Avenue. The project includes a demolition of the former Capital One Bank and to replace its 1,700 square foot ground floor footprint with a new location. Staff is recommending that the Planning Commission grant conditional approval of the site plan application in its current form. That condition would be that the applicant resubmits their materials to resolve outstanding staff comments and show compliance with city code requirements. The most significant of these comments involve stormwater and utility details and calculations. Staff expect meeting these code requirements can be monitored through a technical administrative review, as they will not largely impact many of the proposed site features as they have been refined thus far. Updates and applicant responses to the Planning Commission comments from the July 17th, 2024 Planning Commission work session are located on line 36 of the staff report. The proposed development is a permitted by right use in a B3 general business district and is consistent with the land use vision of the city's comprehensive plan. Lines 88 through 193 of the staff report includes the more detailed analysis of the project against the comprehensive plan, West End small area plan, design guidelines, and streetscape standards. Notable recommendations for this area include the promotion of redevelopment, which incorporates vibrant retail as part of an attractive, walkable gateway into the city and builds upon a sense of place through consistent streetscape and materials. To date, staff has reviewed 4 submissions of the site plan for compliance with city codes, policies, and regulations. As you may remember from previous work sessions, in the early reviews of the application materials, staff had identified several instances of missing necessary information or proposed site features that would require waivers of site plan requirements in order to be recommended for approval. The applicant's latest submission greatly reduced the number of these items, while some other technical information is still being requested for clarification. Also, with this 4th submission, many of the previously requested waivers have either been removed or reduced. Most notably, through coordination with planning staff and the Planning Commission, the applicant has reorganized their parking lot to allow for more landscaping along the western boundary. Staff has, however, suggested that the applicant formally request a waiver of their loading space requirement, which zoning staff has also indicated their support of. Staff comments on this 4th submission of materials were transmitted to the applicant on October 25th upon the completion of our review. We have the project's architect, Hamid Mumni, here with us tonight, as well as the project's engineer, Gladys Sarah, online to further discuss the project. We also have a representative of our third-party stormwater review staff, Jay Lemmerman, online as well, who can speak to the technical stormwater comments provided in your materials. Thank you.
Ms. Horan. We have the applicant here. I'll turn it over to you. Do you have any remarks, presentation from you?
Yeah, I'm here to present the team.
Turn your mic on. Thank you. Let's hear first.
Yeah, I am the architect, but I represent the team. I think all the issues are related to site, and the civil engineer will be joining us by Zoom. I guess. If you have any question, I'm here to
Okay.
respond.
Okay. And it is a public hearing, so do we have anybody here who's present to speak on this issue?
I have not received any slips to speak, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
So let's take questions then from commission. You know, we saw this over the summer. I think it was generally positive, this by right application. I know there were some questions about the completeness of the application. We still have some outstanding items, but let me turn it over to folks and see if you have any thoughts. Mr. Krasner?
Yeah, I had a few questions. I guess I was, maybe concerned is too strong of a word, but I was interested to know more about the stormwater deficiencies. I mean, the comments about stormwater seem to indicate that there are significant deficiencies in the submission. And so I had a question about, and I spoke to staff about this, and I appreciate them giving me, some background, but it seems that there's some, I was concerned that perhaps their plans are still somewhat amorphous as far as how they're going to meet the stormwater requirements. And I wanted to hear from, since we have the city's stormwater consultant on the call, or on the line rather, at the meeting, I'd like them maybe to walk through it. I know we just got a late breaking memo from them like yesterday or the day before, I forget what day that was. And there were significant comments, and I don't know if I don't think any of them are probably insurmountable, but the concern always is whether or not, the changes that could arise would change some aspect of the layout, that would be different enough from what's shown here today that perhaps should have to come before the commission, and something we would want to wait until we see that and before we vote. So that's my big overarching question, but maybe the stormwater engineer can walk us through their comments. And then hopefully by that time, the applicant's engineer is on the line, and maybe we can sort it out with the two of them right now. So that's my question.
It's on the line? What's the name of the staff online?
Jay Lemmerman for Wetland Studies and Solutions.
Gotcha.
So yeah, I'm happy to try and walk through this. I think the biggest deficiencies right now are, overall, as was already stated, the reduction in impervious cover means that there should be less runoff from the site. One of the deficiencies right now is just understanding what the pre-development conditions were and where the water was leaving the site pre-development in comparison to post-development. Post-development, they're installing some permeable pavement where the water will infiltrate into the ground, but there were some design details that were not provided for that, such as some infiltration testing that's required, and the amount of land area that flows to this small portion of permeable pavement. But I do think that it may be the kind of thing that, either through expanding the footprint of the permeable pavement or shifting some of the water, some of the grading to allow some of that water to just leave as sheet flow as it was doing before this development. Because of the overall reduction in impervious, they should still be able to meet the city requirements of no increase in volume of runoff leaving the site. But a lot of it is really just, there's some design details that Virginia requires that were not presented in the plans.
Okay. Any other questions for the staff while he has the floor?
Yeah, I think I heard Mr. Halloran, you say that the stormwater calculations or what's needed there won't affect the site features?
I guess I meant more just in terms of general layout of the site, and also how a lot of the revisions to the site facade that the Planning Commission has worked on with the applicant over the last couple of work sessions. That's mainly what I mean.
So it's not necessarily clear whether there could be changes as a result of whatever calculations are needed and get submitted.
Yeah, it's just It's just the stormwater calcs that we are missing that we're looking for. All of this, the site has been redesigned according to, our discussions with the applicant, your discussion with the applicant, and we don't expect a whole lot of large changes to the site as a result of these updates with the stormwater.
But there could be some.
There could be some.
Yeah. All right, the other question I had is, do we need to approve the loading dock waiver, or how is that
So,
supposed to be handled?
By code, we do need a loading dock, or I'm sorry, a loading space here. But we have kind of run that by the zoning staff. And we do feel from a staff perspective that that might not be something that's entirely necessary here at this site. They won't have large trucks coming in, dropping off jewelry, taking up half of their parking. The applicant has not formally requested a waiver for the parking space. So we are suggesting that maybe they do in a future submission, and then staff would be supportive of that waiver.
But who would approve the waiver then?
I think we're preemptively approving it now.
That would be something that I think staff, in our staff report, we're sort of asking that you preemptively approve a future requested waiver.
I see. Okay. That's all I had.
Yes.
I want to make sure we get back to the stormwater issue too. If there's any other questions or comments on that, or if the applicant had anything to weigh in on that.
I believe the civil engineer is working on providing details that were requested, but the design itself, I don't think it will change. It's just providing details for the water management.
Ask a follow-up question.
I wish she was here to explain that, but
Can I ask a follow-up question, please? Yeah,
Gladys,
follow-up
sorry.
question for the engineer, and I apologize, I forget his name, Mr. Limmerman, is that it?
Jay Lemmerman, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So right now, for quantity, they're meeting that through the pervious pavers, right, in the parking lot? Is that how they're meeting the
Yeah.
quantity requirements? I guess my concern would be, do you think that's sufficient? Is there a chance that they would need to expand that area? I mean, I understand, the details are one thing, but as far as even at a conceptual level, are you confident what they're showing here will meet the requirements?
I think due to the overall decrease in impervious cover, between that and infiltrating some of the impervious cover into the ground, those two in combination should be able to meet the requirements.
Okay, and I
So,
appreciate that, because the concern would be if somehow that needed to expand and they didn't have enough area and they needed to reconfigure the parking area and maybe affects plantings and other things. I mean, that's kind of what I'm getting at. So if you're telling us that,
I can leave this to Ms. Sarah to further expand on, but my initial input on it would be, you have some parking spaces on the opposite side of the drive aisle that, you can make that permeable pavement as well to increase the footprint and decrease the ratio of off-site run-on to the permeable pavement, which is one of the requirements. And then also just maybe grading it a little bit differently so that some of the water, not all of the water, goes into the permeable pavement.
okay,
Is there somebody else on the line who wanted to speak?
the applicant's engineer on the line.
No.
Was that your engineer? I heard a
agree.
voice.
Yeah, this is Gladys Sarah of Sarah Engineered. I agree with Jay. We were planning on expanding the permeable pavement. One of the comments was that there's a ratio requirement, and so we were planning on making the entire parking area permeable pavement. It shouldn't affect the layout of the site. We're just changing it from partially permeable to nearly fully permeable.
And in past experience, I've seen a lot of projects that prefer the drive aisles not be permeable pavement just from a maintenance standpoint.
Okay.
So that would be something I would recommend taking into consideration. But there may be different types of permeable pavement also that you could look into, or different loadings. So there are options out there.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Anything else on this particular issue? Let's,
I don't wanna-
get these.
I don't want to belabor, but that's a concern then, you know, what they just mentioned. Because, yeah, I agree, sometimes, you know, permeable pavers in the drive aisle, that is a concern. And so if you're not going to do that, then how are you going to meet the BMP quantity requirement? If you can't use the permeable pavers, so then now what are you talking about? A trench somewhere? Or, I mean, the site's pretty small, so that's what I'm getting at. I want to make sure that the layout wouldn't change.
I think the quantity requirements met. I think it was a ratio requirement. If I add permeable pavement to the other side of the drive aisle, I believe that ratio requirement we met. As opposed to just removing the drive aisle.
Is that, I'm sorry, Mr. Lemmerman, is that what you were getting at?
Yes, I think that is likely the case. I have not run numbers to see if that is the case, but, you know, you do have 4 parking spaces plus some area that's, I guess, used for turnaround. So there's definitely some non-drive aisle that's available there to use as permeable pavement. One other question I did have in the comments was, is there an existing stormwater inlet in the corner of the existing parking area?
Oh, yeah, yes, there's an inlet close to the building. But we don't know the inverts or any information about it, so that's why we haven't utilized it.
Okay. So there is runoff currently leaving the site there that you could utilize that as an overflow or as an under drain if you need to put an under drain in to allow for the off-site area and that ratio that.
Oh, okay, to eliminate the ratio, for sure.
Yeah. So I think that
We
also
have to provide
helps.
inverts.
It would definitely help to have an invert of the existing pipe.
Okay.
I know the plan showed a pipe there. I don't know if there was any other information available in the plan, though.
No.
Yeah, so I mean, all this speaks to, and I know we're getting technical, and the site plan is technical, and so I appreciate the engineers. You know, I know some of the non-engineers in the room are probably their eyes are glazing over, but it's important, I think, because it just speaks to whether or not, you know, the plan is ready for an approval. I mean, I was talking to staff about it. I mean, you know, we have to approve the site plan, and the stormwater, you know, is a key part of it. Even on a site like this, that's a redevelopment that has, you know, it's largely impervious today. I mean, maybe the stakes are a little bit lower here, as a, you know, but it still needs to, you know, the site plan's all about making sure it meets the minimum requirements. And if it's still outstanding, I guess there's, you know, I wouldn't be against a deferral to let them bring us a plan that's complete, where the staff's issues have been addressed, and then it's neat and clean and it gets approved. I don't know why we get site plans that are sort of like almost there, like 3/4 of the way. I feel like we should be getting site plans that are pretty much there. You know, a couple minor things perhaps, but this seems to be it's one of the key things you're looking at on a site plan is making sure they're meeting the code requirements. So anyhow, that's, I don't know what my colleagues think, but it seems like that part of the plan maybe is not fully fleshed out yet.
I'd say it's tough, just given that it's a by right, this should be an easier thing to get through. And having folks talk on the Teams Zoom call feels like a work session conversation rather than where we are now. But Mr. Holman, what's your reaction to where we are now with all this, given the conversation we just heard?
I can certainly understand, you know, wanting to have, I think, a lot of these cleaned up by the time that you vote on a site plan. Sometimes it doesn't always, you know, kind of work out that way. We have gone through several reviews now. We're at 4. And I think a lot of the comments from other staff, arborists, planning, zoning, I don't think that there's going to be a whole lot of comments that we receive from them in future, you know, redistributions of materials to them. So really, I do think that this is something where it's, you know, it's hopefully something that can be cleaned up in one one last meeting between the applicant and our stormwater staff, and then with one final resubmission should be something that we can review in-house and take care of from there. So that's, yeah.
Thank you for that. Anything else on this particular issue before we move on from stormwater? Anything? All right, anything else? Any other comments or questions? Ms. Freelander.
Just a question. So conditional approval, as I understand it, means if we approve tonight, this is the last we would see of the folks here. They would go to work and resolve the differences in how long? 2 weeks? 3 weeks? I'm just concerned that we lose our leverage to keep our eye on the clock, because as much as I enjoyed talking about this project, we have talked about it since late summer, or late spring, I think, so. If this basically becomes an administrative review and completion task, is that a 2-week task or a month task?
It does sort of depend a little bit on timing from the applicant as well. That's a little bit out of the city staff's control. We do try our hardest to, once we get a resubmittal, get it reviewed, and if it is ready, then get it in front of, in this case, it would be the planning director that does the final the final action. So from a staff perspective, we could have it done in a month, but it does take time from the applicant to address a lot of these comments, and so a lot of time it is on dependent on that.
Thank you for the staff. I don't know if the architect chooses to speak for the applicant as far as your readiness to roll up your sleeves and get finished. What's your impression of my question?
Well, I truly believe.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Gladys.
Both of you.
She's the.
So we reached out to the government and their team. So we have a meeting. So to have a meeting set for next week, or as soon as possible, and from there we should be able to submit within the next 2 weeks.
So 3 weeks on your end.
So in that
2
case,
to
yes,
3
it would be-
weeks on your end.
Yeah, it would be 2 weeks on their end, 3 weeks on ours.
So we're talking
Month and a week
for Christmas?
before Christmas.
Okay. Sorry, but I've just learned that if we don't ask about these things, sometimes they take quite a long time. And to finish this line of questioning, once you get started, what's the expectation about getting started? Disruption. I mean, there's a sidewalk there that's pretty heavily used by the school kids, I know, and that would be a question that I assume would fall to staff to monitor that, and public safety and so forth. So I'm just, any estimates on construction?
Well, we're just waiting for the approval. We have the general contractor ready. Everything is ready.
Okay, so you're ready to go?
Start as soon as possible.
Okay, all right, let's all hold ourselves to all that. Okay, thanks.
I have questions that are not related to stormwater. I am a little bit concerned about the timeline of that. But just to confirm, the arborist has reviewed these and accepted the plant types? Okay.
They did request a little bit of kind of clarification on a couple of their plants, but yes, otherwise, yeah.
I had some questions about what is the landscaping or the treatment underneath that cantilevered space. There's nothing shown there on the documents, and so I don't know if it's pavement, if it's grass, if it's plantings.
I think we addressed it in the last submission. I think it's.
We just have sod under there because we didn't anticipate anything to grow.
Well, I think there was a tree there shown last time, and I'm pretty sure a tree wasn't going to be able to grow there. But this shows the building footprint all the way across that area, and so there's nothing shown. So there's no concrete sidewalk. There's nothing, but you can see in the perspectives that there's something under there. But the drawings that we got in our packet don't show that. So I want to understand what that is.
There was a mix-up between our drawings and this architect's drawings. We didn't realize that that overhang was remaining, so we removed that tree in the submission, the last submission that was submitted October 5th. And that tree is removed, and there's sod under that location.
I'm looking
There's a walkway closer.
I'm looking at sheet C 014,
Okay. What's the date?
October 5th.
Okay, and you still see a tree under there? 'Cause I'm
No,
looking
I
at the
don't
same
see a
thing.
tree. I see a building footprint, but there's no sidewalk passing underneath that. There's no earth shown. That is it's a
Because-
cantilevered thing, so there's space underneath there
Okay.
that needs to
Well,
be addressed at what material it is.
Okay, we'll show that.
I would think that would affect your stormwater.
We had it calculated already within within our calculations, but you're right, we will show that as sod.
Yeah, because it's hard to know from this.
It's also building overhead, so that's why.
Understood. I like that concept, and I think there's some really great qualities about having space under there, but I think it's just not clear what is the treatment of the ground underneath that space.
We definitely will have a sidewalk, but it will be some kind of pavers on sand, just to create a passage between the parking and the front of the street.
Okay.
But we have to show it on the plan.
C1014 shows a sidewalk that dies in the building into that cantilever. So I'm assuming that whole thing is a sidewalk, right? Like, and
Yes.
it loops around the building, but then it needs to be shown
We're
before you
gonna
start
address it.
construction, right?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
otherwise you're going to end up with not what you expect or what anybody is visualizing because it's not clear.
Definitely.
Other items, especially with that area, is the lighting in that area. There's no like photometric plan, and because it's accessible now, like there's a sidewalk and there's a space under there that people can occupy at night. How is that being addressed for safety?
We will address it. We are resubmitting the photometric plan, lighting plan, and we will have some recessed light in the ceiling of that cantilever.
Okay, all right. And I would expect that staff is going to follow up on those items.
I believe we have that in our comments.
Yeah, I noticed that there's no photometric plan in those comments, but I'm really concerned about the safety around that area just because there's no ground stuff shown there, right? You can see where the cantilever comes down, where the support is for it, but, I'm assuming that sidewalk goes through and that earth goes through, and, it's hard to know if that's a plaza that people are hanging out in, because it does kind of have a different hatch. That's why I started wondering, is it a plaza where people are having lunch or a photo op spot? I don't know. It was really hard to understand what that is. So if you can add that to your list of items that needs resolution. On the elevation sheet, there's materials that are indicated that aren't consistent, and so I just want to make sure, like, when looking at the elevation and the perspective, what's indicated on the elevation that has the tags for the materials is, in some locations, is different than what is indicated in the perspective. So let me see, on sheet 012, I don't know if you can get to it. It's in the architectural, so it's... material codes here that are number 4, which is an aluminum, I can't read it, composite panel. And at what appears to be the storefront glazing. So like where you've got the entry, right, that entry door, that's indicated next to it as a composite panel, but that's showing glass. And so I want to make sure that it really is glass and it's not going to be swapped out for something, like, because I like the visibility going, that slot of space that goes between the black mass and the white mass. But at that main door entry, if you look at the detail number 1 on this page, you can see that if you zoom in, that actually says number 4, which is an aluminum panel. So I just want to make sure that we're consistent and there's no room for misinterpretation later. And then same on the next page on number 013. That same code is, number 4 is indicated on the cantilever, but sheet number 022 indicates it as glazing curtain wall. So I think it's, oh God, it's so hard to see. It's so hard to see in these. Just make sure, like, it's on number 1 on the northwest elevation that near column grids A, B, and between B and C, that whole cantilever, that's indicated as item number 4, which is the composite panel, but it should be glazing the curtain wall system, correct?
The rear side of the building is not glazing, it's only the front.
Okay.
So that's gonna be a composite panel because it's a plain wall, there's no windows there.
Okay, but these show different. So this is what I'm talking about. Like, it's hard for me to know,
Okay,
because that is the backside, yes?
that's the front side. Oh, no, you're right. Yes.
So it's hard to know, and I want it to be clear that we know that we're getting, it's not fully transparent on the backside.
Yes.
Right.
I'm sorry, it's just, I don't know how it happened, but I will fix it and resubmit it.
Now, it's important so that we understand what we're approving, and
Yes,
everybody
yes.
understands it later moving forward, what the design intent was.
I agree with you, yeah. I'll fix it right away and submit it.
Okay. And then just moving on the electrical drawings on E500, there's a generator shown, but it looks like it's an overall site plan, but it looks like it's in the footprint of the building. So I was wondering, is it on the roof?
No.
Is it inside the building?
No, it's on the parking lot, on the site, close to the building. We cannot put the generator on the roof. It needs to be on the ground.
Right. So can we just look at that? I'm misunderstanding something then. It's E500. So is that not in the building footprint?
So one of our comments has been that this plan and the lighting plan both do not match the current layout of the site. The site does not look like that anymore.
So
The
how do
parking
we
lot
know
is-
what we're approving?
I understand, but yes.
It's a
I
little
understand.
frustrating.
Sure.
I could chime in. I mean, the list just keeps getting longer. I mean, I don't want to, we have a long night tonight. I mean, I don't know how my co-commissioners feel. I'd recommend we defer this, give them time, come back in December. They can sort all this stuff out. I mean, this is more than the typical, we're using, a few outstanding items that we defer to staff to clean up is one thing, but to me, the list here keeps getting longer and more problematic. And, I'm not trying to blame anybody. I mean, I know these things are complicated, we're getting down to small details, but the details are important. That's why it's a site plan. Yeah. So let's get it right. And if it takes another cycle of submissions, staff comments to clean this up, then you come back, the next we can meet, and then this could be over very quickly at the commission, which is kind of what it should be, in my opinion. So that'd be my recommendation, and I don't know how colleagues feel. And anyone else, of course, I'm not trying to cut off any other comments, but once we're kind of all on the same page with what needs to be fixed, maybe we send them back to fix it and then come back.
I would be supportive of that. I have a couple more questions.
Yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off, but that's
But
not
I would be supportive of that. I think that there's enough here that it's not fully clear, and at this stage, it should be pretty well gelled, especially if you're ready to go, right? If you're ready to
Yes,
break ground, this should be clean.
absolutely.
So just speaking about the rooftop, what kind of equipment is on the rooftop? How tall is it? What's the parapet height? Do we know? And can you see that equipment from the street?
Well, there is a section that shows that the parapet is 4 feet 5 inches high.
Okay.
So you won't see any equipment.
Okay.
It's on the drawings.
I didn't see that, so I was just want to make sure. And then just for housekeeping, the civil stamp license has expired, so you might want to get a new stamp. That's it for me. Thank you.
Other comments on the side? Mr. Ira?
I just want to thank my fellow commissioners for being as detailed-oriented on this particular site plan around the site design and the stormwater. And I would just hope that we scrutinize every one of the plans that come through our door just as much on not only these items, but other items. Because often we have other items that have not been sorted out, that we're not quite sure of, and then we punt it, and we make a recommendation, and we give it on to council. We said, oh, let them figure it out. And right now, our staff has brought something to us from a small business that has been in our town for a while, that is moving sites because they've been robbed a ton of times at the site that they're at. And we're scrutinizing this plan. And I'm for that. But I think the level of scrutiny here compared to some of our other site plans is not equivalent and is not the same. And I don't quite know why. And I know that we often punt things to our council, to our planning staff, and we're not feeling comfortable on this one, which is fine. But then give the due diligence and the equity in terms of our scrutiny to everything that comes through our door. Because we have other things tonight that are they're just work sessions that I think might have some other things that we want to add, and then they're going to come before us as action items. So let's just do the same level of scrutiny to all the things that come before us. That's all. That's my comment. Thank you.
I mean, I generally agree. I think that, it's different with this as a site plan, which is our final say here, as opposed to some policy thing that we would kick back to council, but the point is well taken. Taking the temperature of the folks up here, as I said at the beginning, I think this is a cool project, and we've liked it from the beginning. The challenge we have is, as was stated, is what are we want to be able to approve something that is as close to final as can be. I think partly because of the precedent that Mr. Hiram mentioned, we want to make sure that we have as complete applications as we can. I personally feel like I'm comfortable with this, with all due respect to the other colleagues, about the things that are outstanding. Given that it is by right project, and I think some of the stuff is administrative, but, I think at this point, unless there's any other comments, the next step would be to look for a motion here from anybody, unless we have other questions or anything else for staff to.
Mr. Chair, if I may interject, we had this advertised as a public hearing, so if we could open up to public comment and then close the hearing.
I always forget about that. Do we have anybody here who's present to speak on this item, Mr. Drainer?
I have not received any slips.
Okay, is there anybody in the audience who'd like to speak on this item? If not, we will close it then for public comment. Thank you, Mr. Stoddard. And then I'll turn it over to the commission for other comments, or we'll entertain a motion.
I'll I'll make a motion to move it. I mean, yeah, I appreciate Commissioner Hira's comments. I mean, it's a site plan, so yeah, there's a difference. The chair hit on that. There's a difference to some, with a site plan where we're the final approving body versus most other things where we're really, not really, we're in an advisory role or making a recommendation. In this case, and we're kind of the final word. I mean, sometimes we delegate to staff, but to me, that's always been there should be a really fine line there. And I think this is beyond that. Well, what I would feel comfortable delegating to staff, something that whatever we think about it, the ordinance requires that the planning commission approve site plans, and site plans are a very technical document with lots of details and, covering several different disciplines, and that's why we have staff experts to help us, and we appreciate their work. But in this case, yeah, I just feel that, it's beyond what I would feel comfortable deferring to staff, so I would recommend, I'll make a motion, and I don't know, we'll see where it goes, but I would make a motion that on site plan application number 2023-0138 by Chris Forsberg, agent for the owner, for redevelopment of approximately 0.26 acres of land located on 1100 West Broad Street, RPC 51219001 of the real property record, Zone B3, general business, to demolish the former bank and build a new jewelry store. I would move that we defer this application to a date of December
18th.
That's going to give me a date, recommend date.
December 18th.
That's our second December meeting. Yeah, which gives enough time, like if that's more than 30 days, that's time for them to resubmit, staff to review, generate, and generate a summary for us. So, okay, so December 18th, 2024.
It's been moved. Do you have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Freelander. Any discussion on the motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment on the motion. And I guess I just want to address this differentiation between the site plan and other things that we're asked to review and when we are having an advisory role versus when the buck stops with us. And I just want some clarification. We did have some T-zone plots that came before us that we had to split, which I am assuming was a site plan document or docket item. And I know that we had many items on that we weren't sure about, from stormwater to site design and to a whole host of things. And we still passed it. When the buck did stop with us, but we kind of did the same thing. We passed it, and then we said, oh, well, let's have council think about these items. So I don't think the example that this being a site plan, and that's why the scrutiny is being given, because we've had other site plans that have come across our desk that we haven't given much scrutiny to. So I just want us to know our role, know what comes before us, and know how we are treating different site plans differently based on where they are and what's being built. So we should just acknowledge that and not try to create something excuse for treating things differently. That's all. And I do agree with the motion that is just put forward, that we should have things that come before us that are as clean as possible. And if we have issues with it, we should stop it. I think we are likely to stop this. I don't know how everyone's feeling. That's fine. Let's stop some other things too.
Other comments? For me, I'll vote no on the motion just because I do think we can move it forward for the reasons that was mentioned. But I understand other concerns from commissioners. So any other comments?
Could I ask a question? What does stop it mean? I'm okay to vote for a delay until, a deadline of December 18th, but I don't want to send any signal that this project needs to stop. In fact, quite the opposite, it needs to move with all due deliberate speed.
That's the motion I made, was just to defer, right? Not to stop anything.
Okay.
I think that's the intent for sure.
Okay.
Can I just clarify? Stop it, we're stopping it tonight. We could have it move forward. We are delaying,
Correct.
slowing it down. We are doing more due diligence.
No,
We
we're
are not
actually trying
stopping
to
this.
speed it up. I mean, when, I'm supporting this because it gives a hard and fast deadline both to the applicant and the city staff.
Leverage.
Okay, I think we're all clear on that. So,
Okay, thank you.
if there's any other comments, let's have a roll call vote, Mr. Trainer.
Okay, motion to defer to the December 18th Planning Commission meeting. Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Friedlander?
Yes.
Mr. Krasner?
Yes.
Ms. Comont?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Hyra?
Yes.
And Mr. Puentes?
No.
No. Thank you. The ayes have it, 6-1.
Thank you very much. We appreciate the conversation. This is obviously, you can tell there's some strong feelings up here, but I think the core of the issue is making sure that we have all the information that we need to make these decisions. So we appreciate staff's presentation on all that too. So. All right, let's move then into the work session items. Let's start with Quinn site plan. Mr. Stoddard.
Did you want to take action on your minutes from your last meeting before we move into work sessions?
Pardon me?
The minutes.
Yep. We need to approve the minutes from the October 16th, 2024 Planning Commission meeting. Any comments on the minutes? If not, we'll take a motion to approve.
Move to approve the minutes of the meeting of October 16th as presented.
It's been moved by Mr. Duncan. Any second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Stevens. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstain.
Yeah, abstain, because that wasn't there.
Okay. We have two abstentions, Mr. Hyra and Mr. All right, now let's move on to the work session items. Quinn site plan. Mr. Stoddard.
All right. Thank you, Chair and members of the commission. Happy to introduce this pair of items presented in one staff report. The two items are site plan application munis number 2023-0129 for the Quinn redevelopment project, and then the related subdivision with the same munis number 2023-0129. I'll set the item up briefly before turning it over to our lead staffer on this one, Ms. Laura Arsenault, and then the applicant team is also here to provide a project update and presentation. Request section on line 5. This is the Planning Commission's first work session on the site plan and subdivision applications for this project. Of course, previously you all saw this and made recommendation on it when it was at the special exception phase, and that special exception was approved by the City Council. The recommendation section on line 12, I won't go through each of the items listed, but you can see a list of key items that staff has identified for Planning Commission's attention tonight in the categories of building uses, building design, and site design. Also want to flag that final staff analysis on some of the materials is still ongoing there on line 39. We have preliminary comments at this point on the sanitary sewer analysis, and then we're still working on our technical review of the subdivision materials. But with that, by way of, I guess I should just explain the process of where we are, since it has been a while since we've seen an application of this scale. But previously, as part of the zoning entitlements, this went through what's called a special exception process, where council approved the program of uses, the height of the building, the conceptual layout of the site, as well as the arrangement of the building materials. So that conceptual plan, as well as the program of uses and the building height, has already been approved by the City Council. And so now the items that are before the Planning Commission for your review are the site plan and subdivision. So does it conform with the conceptual development plan that was previously approved? Does it meet all the legal requirements of a subdivision and a site plan within the city? Those are the questions, the applications before you. But with that, by way of setup, I'll turn it over to our case planner.
Thank you, Mr. Stoddard. My name is Laura Arsenault. I'm the case planner for the Quinn and Homestretch redevelopment site plan application and subdivision application. I'm here tonight to present a brief summary of the application received on October 4th, 2024. A description of the application, of the location of the application begins on line 64 of the report. The 1.86 acre site is comprised of 3 existing parcels located at 350 and 360 South Washington Street and 303 South Maple Avenue. Avenue. The recent legislative history of the site begins on line 91 of the report. On February 26, 2024, City Council approved Resolution 2024-10, approving 2 special exceptions for the proposed Quinn project. The approved SEs included residential uses within a mixed-use development project and an increase in the building height with a bonus of up to 40 feet to a maximum height of 115 feet. A summary of the site plan and subdivision proposal begins on line 52 of the report. The applicant seeks approval to construct a new 10-story senior living and human care mixed-use building comprised of the following uses and site amenities: a mixed-use building with a total of over 282,000 square feet, 233 units of continuing care and human care totaling in almost 231,000 square feet, 143 independent living units, 58 assisted living units, 32 memory care units. In addition, they're proposing medical office, retail, restaurant, and nonprofit uses, and also a 274 parking space garage that's partially underground. With this application, the applicant has submitted a request for minor modifications for the approved special exception, as discussed on line 83 of the report. Such requests are reviewed by the city manager, and they may approve the minor deviations if the deviations are determined to be necessary to reasonably achieve construction of the project or to improve the project's overall functioning or benefit to the city. These minor modifications include relocation of the lobby to South Maple Avenue, relocation of the loading and the trash area to South Washington Street, building footprint modifications, architectural modifications, increase in retail and medical office space, and modifications to grading and streetscape. These minor deviations are still under review by staff and the city manager. The applicant has requested 3 waivers and modifications to be reviewed by the Planning Commission. A description of these begin on line 74 of the report. A waiver for the modification of the required living spaces, a modification for the required parking with a reduction of 28%, and a waiver of the 100-foot distance from a vehicular commercial entrance or exit to an art district. Staff analysis of the site plan begins on line 114 of the report. Staff has completed an initial review of the application materials, including conformance with the comprehensive plan, which begins on line 154 of the report. The South Washington Small Area Plan, which begins on line 241 of the report. The approved special exception and approved conceptual development plan, which starts on line 255 of the report. Staff also reviewed the submission against the site plan requirements of the city code, which begins on line 311 of the report. Staff has listed key issues for the Planning Commission to review and discuss with the applicant below on line 12 of the report. First, staff requests that the applicant confirm the residential use mix matches the special exception approval. Staff also recommends that the applicant provide updated transportation demand management plans and parking management plans based on the revised parking tabulations. Further, related to building design, staff requests the provision of 3-dimensional renderings of all building facades, the provision of comparisons of heights and depths of building stepbacks, and a provision of an updated rooftop plan. Staff also requests the provision of a conceptual design plan, including commercial signage and wayfinding signage. For site plans, staff recommends the provision of renderings of the plaza space and the planting plan and the design of linear parks. Further, staff recommends the discussion of the streetscape further with city staff. Staff analysis of some application components is ongoing, including sanitary sewer analysis and subdivision materials. Continuing on, the tentative schedule for the project starts on line 421 of the report. After the work session tonight, the applicant will need to complete another submission, and a revised site plan will need to be presented. A revised site plan will also need to be presented to the Architectural Advisory Board. This is tentatively scheduled for December 14th, 2024. A subsequent Planning Commission meeting is estimated for January 2025. Next, the applicant will make a presentation followed by discussion. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Arsenault. Over to you.
Hi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Andrew Painter. I'm a zoning attorney at the law firm of Walsh Colucci. It is not common for zoning counsel to assist with the site plan process. Usually that is the province of architects and civil engineers. My role usually ends at the discretionary approval process and not at the ministerial stage. But we do work as a team here. And it has made this process infinitely more rewarding and pleasurable, to be honest. This is the first update that this commission has had on this project since it saw it last year and in the early part of this year. This was approved by City Council on February 26th. We have been using the intervening months to really work on securing financing and preparing the site plan for what we think is a very important investment for the South Washington Street planning opportunity area. What I'm going to do is provide sort of some overview thoughts, and I'm going to share my screen if I can. And then I'm going to turn it over to our seasoned design team members because there have been some changes which I think hopefully will resonate well with the commission. Not going to spend too much time on the particular sort of reintroducing the site. I think we all know where it is. It's 1.86 acres. There are 3 buildings on the property that have a combined total of about 41,000 square feet of commercial office uses. This was approved, as Mr. Stoddard said, for a mixed-use special exception. With that, there was a conceptual development plan. There were voluntary concessions, and those are the metrics by which this site plan, of course, is to be judged. We talked at length during the discretionary approval process about what the goals of the project were, and we really tried to build this as a community builder project that was going to respond to the needs of the city, especially the city's fastest growing demographic group, those over the age of 55, and have synergistic sort of uses along with it. So you see the senior housing, the food in the restaurants, access to quality food, access to medical office on the south side of the city, because right now everyone has to go to Merrifield for medical office. We think this is a phenomenal location for it. Acknowledging our history through Tinner Hill and the historic Rolling Road, providing substantial outdoor park space, especially with the large park and the redevelopment of the Fairfax Street right-of-way into a pedestrian thoroughfare, and then obviously pedestrian mobility both around the site and interior to the site. This is what was approved, 233 senior housing units. That is independent living, memory care, and assisted living, all in one building. LEED Gold, substantial Class A commercial uses, about 52,000 square feet, commitments to restaurant, retail, having a public conference space as well. We spent a lot of time on the open space and the landscaping for this project. If you recall, our numbers kind of blew all the other mixed-use special exceptions out of the water in terms of the amount of ground plane open space, and we've improved upon that. Library Park stormwater contributions, and then a series of transportation contributions. So that's kind of where we've been. We achieved near, and this is right here is the site plan that you all saw. This is what was refined and what City Council ultimately approved. So it should be somewhat familiar to you all. We achieved near unanimous Planning Commission support for this project, near unanimous. But despite that, there were still a series of comments. Even the people, even the individual that didn't vote in favor of it had some very good constructive thoughts. There were requests that we sort of study them as we move towards site plan, kind of follow on suggestions. But just to refresh where we were with that, visibility into the park. How are people going to access the park? Is it an inviting place to be? Loading on South Maple. That consumed a lot of comments, both at the commission and at the council. Seeing South Maple as the thoroughfare for Falls Church residents, high-level pedestrian mobility and bicycle usage, whereas South Washington Street is more commuter-oriented. I wouldn't say industrial, but more commuter-oriented. Creating viable retail spaces, both in the park and then along South Maple. And then, of course, the distance of the building to Virginia Village and making sure it wasn't going to overwhelm, the South Maple Avenue corridor. We brought on SK&I, an architecture firm from downtown D.C., to look at what we got approved. And much to our surprise, they had a lot of constructive feedback on the approved design based upon their portfolio of successful multifamily projects. As I said, we were surprised. We walked them through all the concerns, and we not only brought them on as a consultant, but we said, why don't you just do the whole site plan for us? And so I hope that the refinements that we are going to present tonight will resonate with you. We are trying to be responsive to what we heard. So let me just sort of march through kind of what those are. And I'm actually going to, I have them all listed here, but I'm just going to actually go to the new site plan. Okay, so here is what was approved, and I'll just toggle back and forth, and you can see now sort of the new building. Okay, so there's a couple things to sort of point out, and I hope I can use this clicker. First, you are going to see tonight more cohesive architecture. There was a question previous to this. I mean, at the end of the SE process, we were making hand sketches about what to do with the retail spaces. Nothing was really refined. And a lot of it ended up looking a little bit disjointed, okay, and that was just the process. You will see unified architecture. It is substantially similar, but we've evolved it and refined it in a way that's not only in conformance with the prior approval, minus the modifications that we've requested, but it does respond to some of the concerns that were raised during the SE process. We have narrowed the building footprint. This is just a slimmed up building now, which freed up additional ground level space. We also, you will see reduced massing at the penthouse level, so it's not as bulky. We've kind of narrowed that up. We did move, as Ms. Arsenault said, the residential and office lobby to the north side along South Maple Avenue, and a big request was to move the loading to South Washington Street, which is what we did. And so that was something that we, a pretty big move. It humanizes the scale of South Maple. It activates the streetscape. We were able to wedge in additional retail space there. And then also we moved the building back 5 additional feet from South Maple Avenue. So now it's about 22.5 feet from the back of curb. But what that allowed us to do is to have a far more regimented streetscape with street trees and a more generous pedestrian zone, which we think works really well. We also stepped back the northeastern facade of the building right here so it is more uniform. That will help with the marketability of the retail space, and it also enhances the visibility into the park. We reduced the depth of the southern facade. If you remember, there was sort of a knob that was sort of sticking out here, a projection along that facade. Now that we've moved everything, or the lobby, to the north side, we've been able to create much more usable open space here. There was a question about what that would be like on the south side and inviting people from the South Washington side of things, but this does enhance visibility and access to the park from the south. We modified the grading along the north side to have more accessible routes into the park. We refined our landscaping plan, which not only improves pedestrian access and visibility, but also, and you'll see this in the numbers, greatly increases or substantially increases the amount of open space and tree canopy that we have on the site. And the last thing I'll note on this, in this area right here, we have some found space. By skinnying up the building, we were able to reimagine this space into something that's a lot more pleasant, much more green, and we relocated the transformer vaults. So again, sort of just another kind of little parklet that it was there before, but it wasn't as good. So just to move on. When you are evaluating the site plan, it's important to know what the voluntary concession commitments were. This is set forth in a chart in your staff report, and you will note in red the areas where there are deviations, okay? And I put asterisks by them. When we submitted our site plan, we were going, through with everything. Staff flagged those as an issue. I want to let you know that everything that's in red here will be in full conformance with what was approved in terms of total gross square foot, number of units, minimum retail restaurant. All of that is going to be in full conformance with our next submission. So I just wanted to flag that. Oops. Let me see. Go on to the next one. And then on the CDP, there are zoning tabulations about building height and minimum setbacks and side yard setbacks. The only thing I want to flag here is that we had reduced the amount of parking with our submission. It will be a minimum of 292 spaces. We continue to have discussions with staff about how to memorialize that, just given the antiquated parking code, what the use wants to be and how it wants to live on paper. But we committed to 292 spaces. At a minimum, we will be doing 292 spaces, but put an asterisk next to that one as well because we continue to work with staff on it. In terms of overall open space, this is something that my hat's off to and to the architect and the landscape architect. You can see what was approved with the special exception. There was a request that we really honor this. You will see that in both with the proposed, we have we've substantially increased it in all categories. Okay, so now I'm going to pause, and I'm going to turn it over to the architectural professionals at SK&I, both Toygan and Marius, and I don't know who's going to be taking over, but Toygan, are you there by chance?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, and I can advance the screen as you need.
Sure. Hello, everyone. Sorry I couldn't be there in person, but I'm here.
You're good.
When we started this project, we identified a lot of areas, even without without knowing what you guys thought initially, and thought that the building entrance should be on the wider Maple side, and the loading should be on the commercial Washington side, and we could line Maple with more retail. And then we heard back from everybody that those were your concerns as well. So we worked on the plan, set it back further from Maple Street, as we understand it. That also was a concern. Pulled the building back on the east, so the Maple Avenue, as you approach east, it opens up to the plaza, creates more visibility. And we removed all the barriers around the site, so you don't have to walk to the end of the plaza to take steps or ramps to reach the plaza, to the center of the plaza, to enjoy whatever retail has to offer. And then you'll see on the original that there's a knob on the south side, and we thought, and probably will agree, that that's a barrier between the future park to the west and the plaza to the east, so remove that as well. So there's neither a physical or a visual barrier between the two future amenity for residents of the county. So that's what we wanted to offer, which is, in my opinion, is a great progress for the service of the community. If there are no comments, maybe we can proceed to the next. I cannot quite see, Andrew, if you could help.
Yeah.
Or
So Torgan, this is the site plan evolution one. It goes through the changes that you had just made. So now we are on to the north elevation.
okay, with the elevations, the first thing was, because these were prepared in concept, there was no building design, unit design behind the elevations. In order to make them work and preserve the character and the language of the approved facade, we worked it out. There's no change to the height or the width or the setbacks, so to speak. But all in all, we believe that we created a more cohesive elevation that will work with the spaces behind the facades, and on the ground plane, a more uniform language for the pedestrians. And we kept the color palette as much as possible, as we didn't really think there was anything to improve there.
So this is the south elevation that faces the parking lot?
Correct. And as you'll see on the left, there are a lot of these orange blank facades. While on paper they may look all right, creating those big blank facades is not good. It won't read well over time. And they were done because the building elevators and the stairs were on the exterior, so they couldn't have openings in them. So they just provided a different reading, so to speak, to accentuate their presence. And we pulled them back to the building interior. They're no longer on the exterior, which allowed opening up the facade, so that could be a uniform reading with glazing that brings more light into the building overall.
And now this is the east elevation. So this is the one that faces the park.
Correct. At the grade level, you'll see that there's a big drop from right to left, or from north to south, but from paper right to left, for which you would have to walk almost to the end of the site, then take a winding ramp just to get back to the same point where you started. And what we did, we reworked the retail elevations, the grade elevations along Maple and the plaza, so that none of that exists anymore. You'll turn into the plaza immediately from Maple. You won't have to walk. You won't have to see retaining walls and the like, unless they're part of the design for something else.
And then this is the west elevation facing the other parking lot.
That is correct. What's not really evident here is there will be much more landscape treatment on this facade. Basically, in both designs, the garage on the ground level, behind the exterior wall is the garage and the parking spaces. And whether the murals were done or not, they would have to be ventilated for exhaust. So what we're proposing is to increase the landscape on the ground level dramatically, to provide a more pleasant side of the building. And as you can tell on the upper stories, most of the windows, you'll see that have a vertical reading rather than a horizontal reading, because most spaces, I trust that your living rooms and bedrooms too, work on a module of closer to 12 feet. It could be up or down a couple feet here and there, but generally speaking, you'll have walls right about at 12 feet or so. And the horizontal reading of the windows on the left would not have quite worked, and those windows would have been split too as the design progressed, as the window widths are oftentimes greater, especially on the left side of the facade. This is the eastern perspective. Again, we're respecting all the setbacks, increasing the setback along Maple Avenue to provide a greater distance from our building to the building across the street, and providing a barrier-free enjoyment of the amenities that the building has to offer. But all in all, the building setbacks should be similar. This is the northern facade. Again, as seen from across the street, it's still the palette and the language is in line with the approved facades, but I think the real value is on the additional setback and the pedestrian level experience, where it's much more seamless and varied. This is the western facade. As you can see, we have the setbacks both on this side at the northern wing of the building, on the northern facade, as well as the western facade, to break the massing. And this is a dead-on western. We talked about the ground level, where we're increasing the landscape treatment dramatically. Other than that, we're providing the third floor patio and fourth and the rooftop. And as you can see clearly on this facade too, on the left, the sides, those large horizontal window readings would not have been possible. Whereas on the right, it does work with the space considerations. This is a southern facade that's seen from Washington Street. Again, on the ground plane, we removed that projection that we had before, so the building actually sits a lot farther from the Washington Street and hopefully interconnected with the plaza, the frontage on the Washington, and the parklet that's designed, or that's in consideration rather. But all in all, the readings are consistent with what was approved. And this exhibit shows the setbacks and the building location that I just discussed. On Maple, the building is set back. As you see, kind of faded in the back is the approved building's location, building face. So it's moved back 6+ feet, further away from Maple Street and right away. And the setbacks, I was saying. And with regard to building materials, we're not really proposing to change any of the building materials. We're fully in agreement with the selections and looking forward to incorporating them into this building. A little bit on the mechanics of the plan. As you can see, let's start with the Washington Street side. The projection has been completely removed, so there's direct visual and physical access from the west side parklet to the east side plaza and the retail and amenities. There's no barrier. And as you can see, the loading has moved to the Washington side too, freeing up Maple Avenue side for more retail opportunities. And what this also allows is the movement of any loading or trash operation entirely within the property and not spill out into the right-of-way. The building lobby, as shown in blue, has also been relocated to Maple Avenue on the quieter side, which should serve better for the residents that are coming in or going out. And we kept both garage entrances on both Maple and Washington Street. Okay. The building sections, this is an exhibit just to demonstrate once again that we're not really proposing anything different. We're not adding height, or we're not diminishing any agreed upon setbacks or building size. It's pretty much the same.
Okay. Now, I don't know, I think Scott Hewitt, who is our landscape designer, will walk through what the changes are for the landscape plan.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for having me here tonight. One of the great things with having kind of a new pair of eyes with the architect helped us get to where we were, or where we are now with this plan. And, really working closely with the architect and the civil, one of the big things was always going from the north, from Maple, what was that experience going to be going from Maple down to the retail along the east side? And we had fire lane before. So there's a big fire lane, and we had a fire lane here, and the transition was a lot of ramps and stairs. And one of the things with the city council and planning, we've been talking about universal design and really trying to make this not feel like, you have to go way over here to a ramp to get down here. And again, with the architects coming up with this brilliant idea to get all this on the same level and pushing the building back. So now we could also work with the Maple Avenue kind of language. In the planning that we were talking about before, we had just brick sidewalks to match what was on Maple to the west of here. And I guess that's something, the city wanted to consider not doing and, having this new language. So we're able to incorporate it here, having the brick amenity space and then a concrete pedestrian zone. And then with that extra space, now we have a building zone. And so now people can kind of traverse the site on the pedestrian zone or come along the retail. And now it's all from the north to the south along the east, it's all the same level with no ramps and no stairs. And then we transition into the park, and because of the building, we brought it up and stuff, like now we have, this is all just kind of paths and ramps, but all under, the ADA ramp. So, and then here now on this side is even a ramp to get to the park. So now the relationship from the park to the plaza and everything else started to work out much cleaner. And again, without that fire ramp here, or fire lane, that's kind of one of the places where we picked up a lot of landscape, so now it's more green, so your entrance into this space is more green here. And with the building getting smaller here, we got a lot more green, so we were able to increase the tree canopy. And then we're also, with all that ramping going away, this green space got 23% larger. Because before it was a little tight and a little small and a little awkward shape. Now it's much more generous with the amphitheater to really have an outdoor space and an event. And then the rest of the circulation is very similar to what we had before, with all the other, trying to incorporate sculptures throughout the site to carry your eye and bring people in and out from all different directions. And then the other change was with the loading dock on this side. But instead of just creating a asphalt path into the garage and everything else, we could kind of create this into almost like a pedestrian plaza. If they want to have some like food trucks or whatever, we can close this off, and there's little bollards separating the pedestrians, but have it all curbless, and so it creates a little more something on the South Washington side, where before the building used to just jut out, and it was just like more of a parking garage entrance. And I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Hi, Karen White with Walter Phillips. I just have a few slides just to talk about some technical stuff. But we have the roof.
So we do have the updated roof plan, and this is very similar to what we had before. But now it's like more refined with the actual green roof, like the architect's starting to finally get real square foot numbers for the green roof. And there's the duct bank for the elevators, and then the two pathway to the stairs. So it's very similar to what we had before, but you can see it's a little more refined and a cleaner plan overall. Thanks.
Okay, so I was just going to go over some stormwater management and then some sanitary sewer stuff as well. So just kind of an overall summary of kind of what the requirements are and what we are providing. So the city code requirements for the stormwater runoff from the site is for the 2 and 10-year storm, and that you cannot increase runoff from the sites is the requirement. During the SE process, we agreed to do a 20% reduction for the 10-year, 24-hour storm. So along with the typical city code requirements, we have that requirement as well. And so the biggest way was meeting them in 2 general ways. One, thing is that we just have a large reduction in site impervious area, about 11%. If you think about that site today, there's a lot of parking lot and the multiple buildings and the plazas. So with that green area, we're able to really decrease impervious area. In addition to that, under that green area, we actually have some underground detention where we will just actually store that water so it can be slowly released at a slower rate. As for the phosphorus removal, which is the BMP or the water quality, we are meeting that requirement with the green roof. Actual reducing impervious area does help that. And then we do have some underground treatment in that large system under the park. It does detain water, and a portion of it does clean the water as well. So that's how we meet our phosphorus removal. And then again, that last part here is just the summary, so you can actually see the numbers of existing and proposed. So Q1 is actually the runoff for the 1-year storm. So you have the 1, the 2, and the 10-year storm. So that's pre-development runoff and then post. So the 1-year storm is reduced by, we'll say, like 0.7 CFS, the 2-year storm by about 1 CFS, and then the 10-year storm about 2 CFS. So a 21% reduction beyond the 20% we agreed to during the SC process. And then one other thing I just wanted to bring up, if you might remember from the SC process, is the sanitary sewer. And you'll see in the site plan, we do have both scenarios designed. So option 1 is that if necessary, we can basically use a force main pump system to pump the sanitary sewer to across Broad Street, so then it would flow by gravity to the Arlington system. So in the package, you see there's some details of that force main, that sewer, and then how that outfall, the analysis of that outfall once it gets to that gravity there into Arlington. And then you also see the other option, which is if it were to fall just by gravity today from the site to the west towards the Fairfax County system. So just kind of a reminder that we agreed to that and that all that design is in the site plan. So at some point, and I don't know what triggers it, I don't know if it's a building permit, when the decision will be made at some point, obviously, and one of these two options would be constructed with the project. So I think that's all we have at this point. So we're ready for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Painter, to you and your team. This is a work session item, so we're not taking any public comments. So I think we just want to open it up to the commissioners now for any questions or comments or thoughts. I think the changes look really good. Moving the loading dock, removing the ramps, I think those are really good additions. I have a couple of other things, but let me turn it over to other folks to start us off. Mr. Duncan.
I'll just start off with a couple of questions. So we talked a lot about the rooftop when council approved. What effect do the new changes that you've got have on access to the roof? And originally it was talked of as an amenity that you might be able to get to from the retail area, or there might be some activities that would be related to commercial. Is that still in the works? Or
it is, yeah, Commissioner Duncan, there's no change to the access to the rooftop. I think with the changes they made to the elevator core, it's probably easier and more intuitive as to how to get there within the building, but there will still be access to the rooftop. The voluntary concessions do provide for commercial uses at the top, as well as just overall residential amenity zones. We haven't quite worked out exactly what the ultimate use is going to be up there, if there's going to be a commercial use, but it would be affiliated with a retail use or a restaurant use at the ground level for sure.
Okay, all right. Second question, on the screen that showed plant materials, plantings, I guess, there's a notation about an existing oak tree existing oak tree to remain. Is that for real? I mean, you're going to do all this construction and try to keep the tree?
Yes, the paving actually is closer to the roots. Mm-hmm. See where that black line is? That's kind of where the existing paving is. So and with this new building design, we were able to move. I actually gained like a couple feet, 5 feet or so, away from what was existing paving. So we were making the tree even less disruptive, the root zone.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Commendable. The third question was about something I can't remember now. Now, let me come back to that.
Okay.
I'll let others go.
Anything else? Mr. Stevens?
Are we just doing questions or just comments, or? Are we just doing questions or?
Questions, comments? Yes.
Well, okay. Well, I mean, everything I saw was very positive. I mean, compared to the CDP and earlier versions of what I saw. Looks like you got a smaller ground floor footprint, which you've described in detail. I think that produces a lot of positive results. Looks like you overcame the influence of a irregular lot size, so the building to me looks a lot more symmetrical, which I think it makes it look even better. And it looks like you've eliminated all of the deficiencies, if I can use that term, that were in the staff memo as far as various parameters that were under where the commitment was. So everything I saw was very positive, so I look forward to getting the next step.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Stevens, on that last point, staff has not yet had a chance to review what we've submitted with those numbers, but it will be in our next submission, just to be clear.
Just in terms of timing, we're going to get another shot at this in January, I think is the timing for this, right? So for our second work session.
Yeah, we had a proposed timing section. Our customer service standard is whenever we get a new submittal, we always look for the closest meeting about 30 days after that submittal date. That gives us enough time to complete our technical analysis as well as get the packet posted for your review as well as the general public.
I'll go with a couple. Do you want to go, Dre? You sure?
No, please.
All right. It's funny, when I teach classes and things happen outside of academia, some professors just go with the syllabus, go with what's on scheduled. And it seems like we did that tonight. We just went through our agenda, and no one has acknowledged yet what has happened outside of Falls Church and in our country. We just had an election. I think Falls Church is like 70% Democrat, something like 30%. Our mayor is here. Letty probably knows better than me how it breaks down, but I'm sure a lot of people in our town are upset by the outcome of our election. But that's out of our purview. That's happened. And I guess the point, though, is to make is what we do here on the Planning Commission and what City Council does matters. We have influenced this plan tremendously. What came before us initially and how this has evolved, Ms. Freelander, do you know how much you've influenced? You literally got them to hire an outside consultant, which cost them a lot of money to move the entrance or the loading dock from one side of the building to the other. That is complicated. That is difficult to do. I know it cost this team a lot of money. I want to commend the team on all the changes that they've made, because this, as far as I'm concerned, is the development that has done the most to adhere and change their planning for the site based on the Planning Commission's recommendation, and of course City Council too. And that's amazing. So sometimes I feel like what we say here is kind of rubber stamp and it doesn't really matter and it doesn't influence things and we leave it to City Council, but sometimes it really does matter. And I think in this instance it does. But we need to ask ourselves why it does sometimes and why it doesn't. And I think this is a teaching moment. Maybe all of you know this already, but an SE process is a recommendation from the Planning Commission to the Council. A site plan, that's another bite at the apple, but that's a big bite that we have. And there is a reason why this group and other groups sometimes when they come before us on the site plan, and I know this is not for approval, this is just our work session, but they have done a lot to accommodate things that we have said because they want us to vote it up and pass it unanimously. So thank you for all the hard work that you guys put in. But again, we should understand as a planning commission, when do we really have influence and when don't we? And this is the time at the site plan when we have a lot of influence. If we killed this, it would be dead. Other times, if we vote it down, it doesn't matter. It still goes on to council. Not when it becomes a site plan. So just when we have power, utilize the power. So a lot of the VCs were mentioned, but one that was skipped, Andrew, was the affordable housing, and that has changed. It was 1.9 million or 2 units. It is still in there, but what was added to it was the right of first refusal for up to 10 units in the building. That's a lot of money. I don't know if our city has the money for that. That's like $5 million, I think, if I'm calculating it right. So we would have to pay about $5 million to the development team to get those 10 units that we have a right of first refusal on. I don't know when that came in, because we didn't see that. I don't know if council passed that, or is that a new thing that was added, which if it's added, great, but I don't think our city has the financial wherewithal to buy 10 units in this particular development. So I would just propose something new, something different. If we want to have a little bit more on the affordable housing side, why not ask for 3 units or 2.8 million? This 10-unit right of first refusal is kind of, what should I say? It's nice window dressing, but it probably will never be executed by us, because we don't have the money for that. We really don't. Or we don't have the political will for it. So let's think about something in between the 10 units of a right of first refusal and maybe some real money, some real dollars, or some real units that we could utilize.
If I could actually just interject on a substantive point. So
it's all substantive.
Right. So the voluntary concessions that are offered by an applicant are offered as part of the special exception application. The VCs that are included in the packet are what the applicant offered at time of special exception and what the council accepted. The language within there at this point isn't subject to change by either side without going back to the city council.
Yes, thank you, Paul, for that. But we could, right? We could. So just, the VCs are always up for negotiation.
No, what I'm trying to clarify is that if they stay within the limits of what was approved, then the application that's before the commission is the technical site plan and subdivision applications.
Everything is up for negotiation until we sign it. That's the way I perceive it. You could be perceiving it different. Others on this planning commission could be perceiving it differently, but that's the way I perceive it. So I also just want to point out one little nitty-picky thing, because we picked apart the last thing that came before us. So I swear on this thing it says Planning Commission November 11th. I swear it's November 5th, 6th. So no one mentioned that. We don't have to mention that, but I'm just saying, please. We had a small business that came before us that is here. We have a businessman who has been here for years. We love you. We love what you did. We love this site plan. We love this development. But the level of scrutiny sometimes is not equal. And I sometimes wonder why. And we picked apart the other thing, and this one we're kind of like, oh, this looks great. And I know they've made accommodations to make it great because they listened to us before, but like, let's keep pushing it, because your voice, your opinions matter. And they have changed this, and we could change it more to make it even better if we want to, at the time period where we have the greatest voice, and that is at the site plan process. So think about things you still want to advocate for to improve this. I am bringing up one, and that is the affordable housing. So I think often, again, on the stormwater, made accommodations. On the parks, guys made accommodations. On the entrance of the loading dock, accommodations. There was one thing that was put in to maybe slightly address the affordable housing issue by giving us the right of first refusal on 10 units. But that's the first time that I saw it. Maybe that's what was passed on the special exception when it went to council, and I guess that's when it was passed. I don't know who put that in, who made that recommendation. If someone asked me, I would say that is not a real smart VC. Because I know what our city has in terms of capacity. I know our willingness to spend money. And I don't think we're ever going to spend money on buying 10 units. So can we talk about something else? And Paul is telling us, no, that's outside of the scope of this. I just want to hear what the applicant thinks on the affordable housing. I would love to hear more about the history of why 10 units right of refusal was put in. And I would also like some comment on my recommendation to up it, meaning the contribution to 2.8 or 3 units, and strike out the 10 units right of first refusal. Thank you.
I can address the history of it, which, if memory serves, this was a request by one council member. The commitment was $1.9 million or 2 units for individuals for the rest of their life, depending on, irrespective of whatever the level of care is. That was the commitment. This last issue was sort of an add-on at the end to make it even, try to address, sort of the community builder concept of serving Falls Church residents first, City of Falls Church residents first. I also recall that this was not something that was universally accepted at all levels of city management and how we were going to write this. I agree with Mr. Stoddard that when you're in a by right context, or excuse me, a site plan context, it is technical conformance with what was approved. The ability, and I know you don't want, this is not going to sound great, but I think it's true from our team's perspective. Our ability to add an additional unit or up the amount of money is not on the table. It's just not. That is a huge financial hit to this project. And what we've tried to do is try to improve the design while working within the 4 corners of what the CDP and the voluntary concessions provided. And there are efficiencies, there are improvements, but when it comes to actual cash contributions or other major financial hits, it's not something that we're able to discuss, unfortunately. It would jeopardize the financial viability of the project. It just would.
Anything from staff? Or?
No, I'll just sort of repeat the point, right, that when you get to a site plan process, it's no longer a legislative decision. It is now based on a series of tests. And so if the applicant can show conformance with those tests, then the correct action is to approve the application.
Can I just one follow-up? Can you just tell me, Andrew, what would be the cost for the city if they were to exercise their right of first refusal for 10 units in this development?
Yeah, Commissioner Hyra, I don't have that information with me right now.
All right, so 2 units was 1.9.
Yeah.
So I think it's simple math, but I just would love to hear the applicant tell us.
You want to?
Yeah, sure.
Let me turn it over to my client here, Andrew Teeters.
Andrew Teeters. And so the history on that, it was we're giving the city the right of first refusal to lease those units at the same market rate as any other resident, but it was really just so that the city could try to identify Falls Church residents who may want to live in our building. So it really doesn't cost the city anything. It's just it would be city residents moving in at the market rate.
Okay, maybe I read it wrong, but I swear it said the city gets the right of first refusal on 10 units.
To lease them.
To lease them. So,
correct.
Right, the city has to pay the lease. So I'm asking you, what would it cost the city to lease 10 units in this building?
Well, and we can reread the language. I think that really the notion was, yeah, the city would take on the lease, but it would really be a pass-through to that resident. Either all of it or a substantial portion of it.
So if that is the case, it has to be rewritten in the VCs. So again, I read it kind of quickly, but I read it as the city has the right of refusal for those 10 units, and the city would be paying the lease for the residents, not the city gets to designate 10 people from the city to get those units, and then the residents themselves would be paying the lease. So I'm just saying clarify the language, because that sounds different from how I read it in the VC. And I just want it to be clear to everybody, just as we want clarity on stormwater and the planting and the building design. We want clarity. I want clarity on what is in the VCs related to the affordable housing.
So, so just to, and I'm reading it now, so for everyone's edification, this is voluntary concession 9. It says the owner will offer to the city, who may assign such offer to any housing partner if it's choosing, a one-time first right of refusal to lease 10 independent living units within the mixed-use building. And it further then goes on to, and that the whole point of that was to bump up City of Falls Church residents so that they would get preference for a minimum of 10 of the units. So you didn't have people from outside the city, jostling, and competing. And then it says the owner shall offer to the city such units for lease and financial terms that are same as the financial terms. It really is just a right of first refusal. And then it says the lease proffered by the owner to those units and the assignment of the lease terminates all obligations and liability of the city on the lease. So I think to Andrew, to your transaction, there's no financial obligation by the city. It's to identify individuals, and I think we had discussions, Laura, about working with the housing staff to identify people that would be eligible, and then notifying them. Like we have an obligation under this VC to notify the city when those units become available. The city then has the ability to identify individuals and say, hey, this unit's come available. Are you interested? If so, we will take the applicant up on the offer, and then we will assign it to you. So there's no financial obligation by the city in order to do that. It's just bumping up and expressing a preference for city residents to move into the building.
Thank you for the clarification. And I just want to make another comment that I think that is unusual, that the City of Falls Church, for a development in Falls Church, will be picking and assigning who gets to live in our buildings. One city council member, I don't even know who it was, he just said that someone on the council pushed this, asked for this, and I would just push back a little bit to say this is a very unusual precedent that I think, because I've seen a lot of VCs, I've never seen one like this, and maybe I'm just not well schooled in this, but this is an unusual, abnormal thing. And I don't know, I mean, of course, you as the applicant feel good, but you want to get this past the council. A council member asked for this, but I don't know. I mean, there might be somebody who felt they were excluded from this building for some reason and then could point to this VC as being part of the reason why they were excluded. And the City of Falls Church has been sued before on exclusionary zoning related to families. So let's just be careful and do our due diligence and make sure that this VC isn't something that others might point to as an exclusionary. Because not that I don't trust our city to find the right residents to take on these 10 units possibly, but that is so unusual. And I don't know who's going to lease out this, but they might point out that be careful with this one. So you might have less people taking this on as who's going to actually rent out this building in the end because of what one city council member thought was something that they were doing for the right intentions. And I will stop my comments on this. But I want all the council planning commissioners to see I can scrutinize things really carefully when it comes to affordable housing. That is my expertise. Others have expertise in other domains. And I'm glad that you scrutinize these developments. But just take what I have to say a little bit more serious. And I would appreciate if some of the things that I propose on my level of expertise that we actually sometimes pass as a council, when the city council shoots it down, we don't just roll over and we fight back.
Come on.
Do others have, I had a couple of other questions.
Let's keep going through.
Okay,
let's
all
do
right.
this.
I just wasn't sure if we were
Mr.
wrapping up or
Duncan,
not.
you're welcome if you have a
Just one quick thing, cementatious planks. You said that the building materials on that screen were substantially unchanged, yet I feel like I read somewhere in the body of the text that, and as you know, a former council member was quite keenly
cementitious
interested in
siding.
cementatious siding.
Yeah. I don't think, there's no cementitious siding.
Okay, all right, just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah, the
Thank-
materiality has not changed.
Okay, thanks.
I wondered about that too. Okay. I agree with Mr. Stevens that I think this it has much improved the sort of squaring up the building. I think the architecture is a lot more sophisticated. I'm really glad that you were able to move it back from Maple and get that additional pedestrian space on Maple Avenue. I like the building amenities and the building amenity zone that you've introduced and the larger park on the west side, passageway, I guess. I was wondering about the green and what materials you are envisioning for that. Is it like the fake AstroTurf?
Scott?
No, I would hope for it to be sod.
Sod.
But it would be irrigated and so, and then do proper under drainage stuff. And that is where our tank is, so we're able to do all that, make sure it's properly watered and doesn't get compacted.
That's great.
Yeah, because the artificial turf would just be too much, I think, in that area. We want it to be a little more natural.
Yes. Yeah, I would prefer that too. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Another thing that's a little off the site, I understand we're relocating the crosswalk. It's at the top of the image. The old one, I think, is sort of under the queue for Quinn's. I believe that one is being removed, and then it's being moved to the corner. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that crosswalk going to be a raised crosswalk?
I don't think it'll be a raised crosswalk, but it'll be a high visibility crosswalk with a median and then flashing beacon lights. We went back and forth with staff on that, and I think that was the best option that we have. And I think in our civil sheets, there's
No raised median, but there's the flashing.
no raised median, okay, but there is the flashing beacon, so.
What was the reason why it could not be raised?
I think that there's a sewer, if memory serves, there's a sewer inlet right there.
Fire too.
Or so fire too.
So also,
yeah.
we had discussion with the fire marshal, and having that clear area in front of the building without the median was their preference. Like all flush, so no curb, so they had more space to set up.
Okay. I understand that the neighborhood was really looking forward to that being a raised crosswalk. Actually, I'm just wondering, does it need to be in that particular location, or could you move it to a different location and then could it be raised?
Well, I guess, two different things. So we discussed specifically the raised median. So when we said median, just so we're both talking about the same thing, when you say median, I think one thing we talked about was, where there's where there's striping here, there was a thought at one time that would be like a raised curb, like a blocking, and then there would be on the other side too. So you would kind of walk on the side, on the road elevation, but you'd be protected, so it'd be like curb on both sides. That is what we specifically talked to the fire marshal about, and they didn't really prefer that. They preferred it to be all flush, so they could have more space to pull up and outriggers and things on the truck. The raised crosswalk is when you don't cross down to the asphalt level, right? When it's your grade. And that's usually more of a drainage concern because it does end up blocking the drainage, because if the drainage is all coming down the hill, you end up having kind of a mound blocking it. So you have to look at ways to get the drainage around it, like either you have grates or scuppers and things, so that's why we didn't go with the raised crosswalk there, because of drainage. It ideally works at a place where you have a high point on a street, because the water's going, in both directions. So that's why we didn't, the raised crosswalk is really a drainage concern, but the raised median was a discussion with the fire marshal.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I understand that there are ways that you could address that, like if we wanted to. So I would just ask staff to maybe take another look at that, whether that could be possible, because it was something that the neighborhood was particularly interested in. I think somebody asked about the rooftop access. The open space in front of the loading dock and the garage, the entry on South Washington, I guess I'm just wondering, like, how do you make that not feel like, kind of a back of house driveway? I mean, how do you make it feel like I think you're envisioning it. I know it obviously cars are going to be driving through there, trucks will be going through there, but like, I think the way you're envisioning it is that it sort of it's like all of a piece. And so how are you going to achieve that?
I think in my head, like doing it all in concrete and with a intentional score pattern and making it feel like almost like it's a plaza, like a drop-off plaza where you can kind of do all your different movements, but it's not laid out for like, here's where the loading truck goes and here's where the car goes. It's even someone could come in with UPS and just kind of sit there so they're off the main roads. So it's more flexible space. Like we did a turning radius for the truck, so then it pulls out onto Washington. Because remember before, the trucks had to back out on Maple, which was not a great thing. So now we're taking care of all of those movements, and hopefully it just ends up being like a plaza. And that's what, try to surround it with the landscape and have the lit bollards, like security bollards, so people separates pedestrians, but it's not all curbed everywhere. Trying to give it a feel of a plaza. Drop-off plaza as opposed to just a loading dock and a drive aisle to the parking garage.
Great. Yeah, it would be nice if it felt a little more elevated.
And that's why I got rid of the asphalt drive, and then just imagine if that was all asphalt.
Right. Yeah, it would feel very road-like. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
I think that's all from me.
Thank you. Let me down here. Let's go Mr. Krasner, straight down.
Speaking of the VC, just a question, and this is like a process question for the minor modifications. Actually, and again, the applicants answered a lot of my questions I was going to ask related to some of the deficiencies that were identified by staff, and Mr. Painter indicated that they're all going to be fixed. So that was a lot of my questions, but a lot of the minor modifications, or what's portrayed as minor modifications, reference the VCs and concession. The VCs, there's two, I guess, in there that talk about that, and they talk about being approved by the city manager. And one says talking about being approved by city staff. I mean, is that typical how the VCs are worded, that the city manager is approving site plan modifications? How does that dovetail with what we're doing?
Right. So
can we overrule the city manager? Can the city manager overrule us?
So it's a good question, and it's a clarifying point between sort of what's within the Planning Commission's purview and what's within the what's governed by the CDP. So the Planning Commission's authorities remain always as they are, and that is meeting the requirements of the site plan code as well as the subdivision code in this case. The language around minor modifications, that's standard language that is included in voluntary concessions for these larger projects, and it's a designed-in flexibility that the council asks be included in the language, and it delegates some of their authority on the conceptual design plans and the implementation of the VCs only, and it sends that authority specifically to the city manager. So it's not changing anything within the site plan code. It is only related. Those minor deviations are only related to things that were promised either in the VCs or the CDP, and there are limitations on those, that the modifications can't be in conflict to anything that's expressly written.
All right. Does the city manager delegate that further to staff? I mean, how does that process work internally?
So internally, the manager looks for a recommendation from the technical staff involved, but ultimately makes his own decision based on the information available.
So I guess the question becomes, at what stage does that happen? Because, I think Keita Ruzzi had a comment in there that, that has to happen prior to any kind of planning commission approval of the site plan. I think she specifically referenced that on a few of the modifications. So when does that typically occur? And maybe I already know this, I just don't, it's been a while maybe, I don't remember.
It can happen at different stages. So for something related to site design, architecture, something that's being decided along with the site plan, we would look for the city manager's action prior to site plan approval, but probably closer to when we have what we think is the final form. So when we're scheduling it for final action and public hearing by the Planning Commission is when we would look to the city manager for his approval of those minor modifications. we've briefed him, obviously, on the requested modifications, and I think he was comfortable with that timing. There are similarly modifications that will happen even after a site plan approval, and again, that can't change anything within the site plan, but it may be related to specific square footages and specific uses, especially around the ground floor.
Right, and some of them, and some of the changes are positive changes. I mean, they're adding additional retail square footage, and they're for example, there are others that are, for the most part, they're positive, but a couple are significant in the sense of reconfiguring the building footprint. I mean, they're significant, and so obviously, if there was any concern that the staff or the city manager, might not approve those, would dramatically affect the site plan. So, I just don't recall like getting like some type of confirmation in previous site plans, and maybe it's specific to the VCs here, and it's been a while since we've had another site plan with these type of VCs. I just don't recall. But you're telling me it's going to occur prior to final action, but I guess if there was concern that he might not approve it, hopefully that would be indicated somewhere in staff comments. If staff had concern about those minor mods, I just didn't see any comment like sort of pro or up or down on those in the staff comments.
No, you're reading that correctly. So we included that here just for transparency so that the commission was aware that that was something that substantively also had to happen at time of project review. If there were any concerns that staff had, we would certainly highlight that in the recommendation section there at the beginning. As always, there's a long list of detailed comments. We do try to use that recommendation section to highlight anything of significant interest or concern.
Okay. That's good. I appreciate that. Other question, and I think also someone alluded to this. I forget if it was someone from the applicant team or staff. I was going to ask about the fire marshal review because, again, the way the site's kind of an awkward site, and I've definitely seen instances where a fire marshal gets his hands on a site plan and in the name of safety, which is obviously important, things can go kind of sideways sometimes on design. So the question was, and I may have missed it in the large bulk or list of staff comments, is the fire marshal provided comments on this? Have they looked at that yet?
Not at this time, but I will get them to provide comments.
Because I think just the way the site is configured, it's kind of awkward, and they need to get certain equipment in. It's a large, tall building, ladder trucks, other things, and before you know it, like the beautiful plaza might get, after the fire marshal gets his or her hands on it, things can get, can change. So that's all right. So in the next set, hopefully we'll get some feedback from the fire marshal on some of this stuff. Okay, because I think that's important too. Otherwise, overall, big picture, the changes are largely positive. The additional open space, all of that stuff. And just to respond to something Commissioner Hyra said earlier, I'm just speaking for myself. I review every site plan very thoroughly and respond to it based on what I'm looking at. Here, we have a very detailed submission. Just as an example, the one earlier today was missing a lot of things, and that was something that we flagged. So that's why I don't ever intend to give anybody a hard time or over-scrutinize, under-scrutinize. It's just we look at what we get. And so that's the reason why I had a lot of comments on that first one, because things were missing. This one is a pretty robust submission, but there still are a lot of details. It's 100 sheets, and there's a lot going on here. It's a different scale. But obviously, we have, it's in a more complete state even right now, even though they're months ahead of where they're scheduled to be for a public hearing. So I think that's an important distinction to make. And the changes, like I said, overall are generally positive. So it's good to see some of those. But all right, those are all my questions for now.
Thank you for that. Mr. Freelander.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to say how much I do appreciate the level of detail that these documents have gone through and how much change has happened. I think it's great that you guys have really thought about a lot of our comments before, and because they're meant in a constructive way. And I think I can pretty much state that I'm pretty sure I am never at a lack for things to say when it comes to reviewing the site plans and reviewing the architectural components, because that is my field. So of course, I'm always scrutinizing things, and I'd like to say that I scrutinize them with the same level of expectation. And especially for a job of this size and magnitude, I appreciate the bulk of the submission. It was very difficult to get through all of it in less than a week, but I do appreciate it. I do see a lot of positive things. I'm really excited about the fact that you've relocated that lobby to where you have the street frontage so you can see it, because it was a little bit concerning. It was kind of buried back there, and the frontage on Washington, South Washington, seems like it is back of house more anyway for the type of activity that this building is going to see. I mean, it's got medical office buildings, it's got residences, it's got retail, it's got restaurants. That I'm glad that that lobby's moved. I think it still needs a little bit more prominence so that you know that there's a there, and it's intuitive. You're wayfinding to that site and to where that entrance is, especially if you're marketing that rooftop as a public space. How is that going to work if nobody knows how to get there? And so it's kind of it's an exciting opportunity to have that space, and you know, whether it's a garden or whether it's a restaurant, whatever the programming is, but you want that entry to kind of speak to that. And you're going to see a lot of people coming and going, and I think you need to address that drop-off, pickup. There's going to be a lot of people who are just coming on a daily basis for just the medical offices alone. And so I appreciate the challenge and the grading the grading of that courtyard plaza to make that work. And I'm sure that it probably helps the fire marshal as well to get some of their equipment back there without doing all these gymnastics through that park. I think that just the amount of thought and coordination that went into that is really spectacular, and I do appreciate that. You know, in such a short period of time to change your team and all of that. But I do want to touch on the slight modifications to the footprint. I appreciate that it's simpler and it makes it cleaner, but I think we might be losing some of that pedestrian experience where we had a lot of play with the volumes coming in and out and play with light and shadow, and that also kind of speaks to that wayfinding. At the same time, I can recognize the challenge that you have to open that park up to South Maple. I mean, I think it works a lot better, but I think there's some things that still need to be developed in order for those volumes to work more, like to break down that mass, right? Because when we were reviewing this for the overall height, we were looking at that overall mass and how do we make it not feel like this big rectangle that just landed on the site. And so we were talking about breaking up some of those facades, carving out some spaces to allow that step back. I love the fact that it's pulled further away from South Maple. I think that helps a lot. But I think as you go up the building, and maybe we could get some of those comparisons from the elevations that we looked at before and what it's developing into now, that would be great to kind of talk a little bit about how maybe not exactly repeating what was there, but finding a way to kind of break down that mass a little bit for the same intent, right? I think there's some really nice, sophisticated proportions that are starting in the development of the elevations of all four sides versus some of those punched window openings. But if we could, maybe if you could pull up some of the views around, and maybe I can kind of talk about which.
I could do
Maybe
one of
the
the
north
elevations.
view. Let's start at the north view, since that's the new entry, right?
Yeah, so the new entry would be on this facade here. So South Maple is here.
Yeah.
So the new entry would be here. And
Maybe if
here,
we could-
yeah, so you can sort of see the new entry point at that, right there. And I can also go to the,
Can you go to the elevations that are side by side from the, what, the concept development plan to the proposed? And so I like the materials that you're using. I think it's great that you're reimagining that vocabulary. But there's features that I think are kind of getting lost right now that I think was part of the review of the overall mass that we were approving that bonus height for, to kind of get some of that massing as you go up to narrow back a little bit. And the pedestrian environment. So if you see on the left where the special exception side is, all the way to the left of that, you've got like open glazing that wraps that corner. So it kind of takes the edge off of that building a little bit and doesn't make it look like it's a block that kind of is on that corner right where the pedestrians are and that next floor up. And how that expresses across the rest of the facade, I'm not as concerned about in terms of materiality. Like I see that you've got like two of the brick things and there's 3 brick things. That to me doesn't matter. It's the volumes that I want to see a kind of more of a play of volume and void to kind of break up so it doesn't feel like it's a big shoebox, right? Because it is tall. And I appreciate that it's pulled back another 6 feet, so that helps address the street a little bit better. But I think if you create, now that you've flip-flopped and you've got the lobby on this side, I think you've got a great opportunity to make that a pedestrian welcoming spot, right? And a little drop-off area for Uber and things like that, so that, I know it's tricky. I know it's really tricky. I was looking at your grading plans and everything else, but I think that kind of helps us bring it back to a pedestrian scale. And so that it doesn't feel like this building is just landing right next to you. And it gives you wayfinding across. But if you also look at, too, as you go up the buildings, on the left, you see those balconies coming out, and it doesn't look like, it looks like they've kind of, the building itself is, the balcony's hanging out, so it kind of softens that edge a little bit that goes up into the sky. And you don't really have the same quality on the right-hand side proposed, but also if you look at the special exception right-hand side that faces the Henderson house, you still have that, I think you still have a really big wall there. It steps back, but on the other side, on the proposed side, it doesn't look like it steps back, or those, you've lost that breaking up of that corner edge as you kind of circumnavigate around the side of that building. So okay, I see it now. So, and the other thing that is interesting too about the proposed to the special exception is the special exception you have the step back, right? But on the proposed side, you've got what looks to be 3 floors above, but I think that is just you're expressing the corner as it comes up and wraps that, I'm assuming it's a balcony for the upstairs unit.
do you want to come up and, handle that?
And I almost want to see that soften a little bit.
Yeah. You understand, you're following what she's saying.
So I don't know if you understand what I'm talking about, how we're breaking it apart as it gets closer and closer to the sky, but here it's more rigid in the proposed version.
Yes, I do. By the way, I'm Marius Radulescu, Desk and I, we are the architects of the building. I'll go back to address your comments on the north facade, and which is, I guess, this one. So I just want to point out that the majority of the changes that we had to do because how the program evolved. By now, we have a very clear and precise understanding how the plan works, where the partitions are, how many windows, how big the windows are, what the sill height. So all these technicalities are resolved. Some of the features shown on the special exceptions are not necessarily impossible to build, but the reality is that we do not have New York grants, nor do we have Dubai budgets. And then some of the balconies will be unrealistic to build, like they extend a lot. You need columns. So, that corner that you mentioned, that's a very good example that a column will be at that corner. Therefore, the window will will be obstructed. Not only that, I think that some of these design features, not only that they not address the scale factor, but actually they emphasize bulkiness. When you have a piece of brick with no support, that's not really a vernacular residential townhouse friendly approach to architecture. It will be more like a brutalist, although this is not concrete, but will be a very aggressive feature which is not in tune to a residential building, in our opinion. What we try to do is incorporate this break-in massing, but scale is such that it will be more in tune to a townhouse reading. So if you see this, the vertical reading of the floors, the double store disposition, even this repetition, rather than be singular elements which are not here, not there, they have no cohesiveness. We try to address all these issues, while also keeping in mind that we have technical things that were not really addressed here. Also, while trying to keep the richness, which no doubt this proposition had, we also want to keep the richness while not decreasing the quality. So, richer if you have a fixed budget, if you add more materials, that comes at the cost of quality. We are trying to maintain a very high quality of the building, so therefore we had to do some streamlining of the materials, of how they were laid out, how they were, apply to the building. For instance, just going to 4 materials coming together in a very short time. In reality, that's going to be messy when you build it up. So all these factors that we consider in designing this building. So to be honest, it's not really how we have approached the building with a blank sheet of paper, but we understand the concerns and we understand what this building tried to do, but we try to make it work.
I can appreciate that, and I understand that. What I'm not excited about is achieving a style through color only, or achieving it's like a victory in color on an elevation. It looks like there's a lot of things going on with the planes on this because the colors are changing, but there's not a lot of void to solid massing. So you said something interesting. So is this a stick frame or is this
It's a concrete.
It's a concrete.
Yes.
So there's a lot more flexibility in that as you rise up. So I would.
There is some, and
I can understand it as a challenge, but I think the intention of when we were reviewing it for height was that we didn't want a flat surface. We wanted something that was kind of being eaten away at the edges. And I think some of the architectural, the AAB comments were, how does that corner work as I'm walking around the building? How is that going to meet the sidewalk? If you go back and look at some of those original comments.
And in fact, this building, while a flat elevation looks very dynamic, the reality is that all these surfaces are flat.
I know, but not all of them, though. And you do, because you've got glazing meeting at a corner, it does kind of open that edge up and that corner up.
Here, just to point out, for instance, this element, and this element, they stick out from this background.
By how much?
So then we do have...
By how much?
About a foot and a half. Again, this, based on the documents that we receive, this area is totally flat. There are these balconies here, and there is element that actually, and even this element, you see there is a...
I think that was the stair tower.
But it's not a continuous tower. So you see this is darker than this element? Because in fact, this is not coplanar. This one goes flat and then steps back. So the tower is not really a tower. It appears so in this flat image, but again, I can point out to this difference in colors between this brown and that brown. So the darker one is way back about 8 foot.
Okay.
So,
which helped with the step back, because that was part of stepping it back.
right, so we have the same step back at this level.
Yeah.
And, we, like this break, we have this break, and this vertical element, we introduce something there, and we have this break, and we have that type of break. So we are trying to emulate the same thing as much as technically possible, while again streamlining some of the change. Maybe let's say I don't know, 10-15% were done for aesthetic reason, but the majority are technical or programmatical changes.
I can appreciate that, and I appreciate the challenges. I've been in your shoes. So, but what I am concerned about is as you come around the corner. So on the proposed side, all the way up at the upper right-hand corner, the original, the special exception, that actually kicked back a little bit. On the new one, on the proposed one, you're bringing that facade up, even if it's empty space in the back, it looks like. So, and when you look at the perspectives, it looks like it's like a rooftop garden that you still have the facade still going up around to kind of frame it and frame views looking out, which I think is a great thing, but it makes the building more rigid, and I don't think that's what we originally were reviewing before.
So the breakdown, the rooftop goes like this, then it steps down here and it goes like that.
Exactly.
So what you see here is actually the other volume of the building about 60 foot away in the back.
Understood.
So we have the same line.
And so where is that? What is that? What is behind the white? Where is that?
So
that's the building on the background?
That's the building on the back. So the building has 2 legs. So that's the leg in the back.
Okay, so then if I'm looking at the north view proposed elevation to the city comments, I'm sorry, I'm looking at my packet's a little bit different than what's up there.
So I'm not sure.
So, there. So, upper left hand on the special exception side, see that it steps back from the face. Go down 2 floors. There, right there. So I see that on the other side, okay? But now go back, so I've got 2 floors that are going up here on the special exception side, but what looks like there's 3 floors.
It's actually 2 floors.
It's 2 floors plus a void, right, above it.
Which is the void, you have the same void here.
No, I see 3 different square windows, there.
Yes, so those are
What
not
is that
windows.
at the
This
top?
is open.
Yeah, exactly, that's what I'm saying, is that it's open, but we're still repeating that corner and really expressing a massive height there,
Right, but
even
you're
though
gonna
it's open up there.
Yes, but you're going to see the sky through. And then
understand
also
that.
what we try to do is define a space for the tenant. So we have to be cognizant not only how the building is viewed from the outside, but also what happened, what's your experience on the inside. And probably that's even more important.
I think that's it's nice that you're framing views for that upstairs tenant, but what I'm saying though is that's different than what was approved in the special exception. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, it is different.
So it fits a little bit outside of that box that we were talking about for the special exception. So that kind of repeats itself around the building, where we thought that we were going to get something that was getting lighter as it got toward the sky.
Yes.
From the street view.
I understand.
not from the interior view. That's what we were reviewing and approving, right? In terms of massing. And so we were trying to break up that mass.
Yeah, I understand that. I would argue that we are doing precisely that. We are breaking down the mass. You have a line, you have a second line, you have a setback, and you have this erosion of the volume. So seeing through the sky, through the building and seeing the sky, that will appear that the building actually disappears, recedes back. So again, I'm arguing that we are doing exactly the same thing. We are just, in my opinion, and of course I'm biased because I work on the project, but we are doing a better job than the original.
I think what you're doing is bringing a level of sophistication to a lot of the elevations, but I am concerned about the fact that the massing is changing from what was originally approved in the special exception. That's all. There's so many great things about this project that I'm excited for, but I want to make it known that that is different than what we originally approved. And it's not, it looks like a couple of feet on the ground, but it does kind of, as you go up, it's significant and it's a different change. So I'm really excited about the where you're taking the design and your level of creativity and how you're tackling these challenges. In every challenge, there's a great opportunity, and I think you're going to find those as you start coming back into that kind of overall massing that we were looking to kind of break up. I think there's still opportunity there in the design development of this. So I wanted to also talk just the pedestrian scale feels a little bit, because there's not that play of mass back and forth at the ground level. I would really like to see a little bit more attention placed on that to make sure there's a unique sense of place. I think by putting the entry on South Maple, you've got a great opportunity to make that a welcoming entrance to allow people in and out, and people will really understand that this is a medical office building. It's not just a residence. And I think we have to remember that there's going to be people going there for care, for health care. And so you're going to have a lot of different people visiting the site, which I think is going to make it a really rich place in terms of a unique space. So I'd like to see it be a little bit more unique in that pedestrian experience. The park, what you guys are doing with the park, I think is fabulous. I'm really excited that it's developing in such a way that it's much more simplified in terms of the grading. I think that's going to make it even better for if you consider all of the clients that are living here with the intergenerational, cross-generational with, families in the city meeting up with families that are living here. I think that's a really great opportunity to make that universal design. So I'm glad that you guys are doing that. I did want to,
I'm flipping to the park.
Okay.
Just so we can.
Oh, yeah. I think it's much more simplified because I think before it was like a lot of ramps and steps and, there's something cool about it, but at the same time, it made it really hard thinking, well, if somebody is mobility challenged, like, how are they going to navigate through that if they want to enjoy a show that's happening at the little amphitheater? So I think what you're doing to develop that is really great. I'd like to see how that interacts with the building, right? And some of that outside comes inside and inside comes outside, right? I think by getting rid of that chunk that is kind of on axis with that pavilion in the park, by removing that recess, I think there's a lost opportunity because I was kind of thinking like that was the space where you had this flow of park to inside, because I automatically assumed it was a restaurant. I don't know if it was ever identified as a restaurant, but that's what I was thinking and imagining when I saw it. So it's kind of sad to see that void go from the pedestrian level there.
But I think what you're gaining is a nice flow along the facade.
I agree. I think the South Maple, I think that needs to be developed more to be more welcoming, to allow a drop-off, because you are going to have a lot of people coming for both the residents and the medical office building and the retail. So you're going to have a lot of people getting dropped off there, because it's a lot easier to get dropped off there than it is to get dropped off on South Washington, because South Washington's a fast road. So I think doing the flip-flop, it costs a lot to re-engineer that. I get it. I'm so excited that you guys invested that. The other thing I wanted to really say that I appreciate is really addressing the concerns that we have of the sanitary, and really looking at the calculations for the sanitary force main and how to, what the diameter of that needs to be. What I did notice is that, and it needs to be to address your development, which I think is great. Like, that's an amazing problem to solve, and I think it's great that you guys put it in there. It's very expensive to do, and so, it goes all the way out to Fairfax, all the way across East Broad, and ties into Fairfax on the other side. So my question, too, is really also for the city. There are calculations there that kind of said there's no capacity for sites A, B, C, D, and F. So I'm wondering, what's the intention there, that those developers would then own their own force main, or how is that going to work?
No, if I can interject on that one. And so some of that is just handoff of different engineering teams reviewing the project at different phases. So, and the applicant's engineer can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think the design is in some ways two parts. So the force main, which is going in as part of this project because it needs it to access the sewage capacity in the first place, is being that force main portion, which gets it up to Broad Street, is being designed to accommodate development capacities in the designated surrounding sites, as well as obviously this subject application. Once it gets into the gravity flow system, I think the calculations show that the gravity system that exists is sufficient to meet this site's capacities. If future sites proceeded to development, the force main would have already been constructed for them, and then they would be obligated to meet the outfall requirements on the outside, on the gravity flow side. So if a future development needs that gravity flow to be increased, then it would be on them to
do that. But it's beyond okay, so wait, is that beyond where the disruption is going to be for this? They would have to address it on the downflow side, on the other side of East Broad?
Correct. It would be in between Broad and 4 Mile Run.
Okay. All right. I wasn't sure. So there's everything that they would be tying into here is fine.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the intent at time of VC.
That's what I didn't understand in those calculations. Okay.
Yes, so whenever a site gets constructed, it always has to meet its own sanitary sewer requirements. And here, because they have to install the force main for the first time, we suggested that they size it to meet the capacity needs of the surrounding sites. But any capacity increases are always triggered by the application that exceeds that capacity.
Okay. All right. So, okay, I think we can talk about that further with the CIP because I was thinking if they need to do it, then and if we're ripping up the roads once, we should pay whatever the delta is to do it once.
Right, and that's why they're not disrupting those pipes further down, because they're already sized appropriately.
Okay.
There is a downside to oversizing sewer pipes, that you generally want them to be sized to meet the flow so that they self-scour.
Gotcha. Understood. Let's see. I think, I had a quick question for restaurants that are being planned. I promise it'll be short. So in the planning, I want to make sure that when you're thinking about designating which areas are retail and which areas are restaurant, that that dedicated exhaust is located centrally to where those restaurants are going to be, because it makes it really difficult for a small restaurant owner to find a new path to get to that dedicated exhaust. And same with the grease traps outside, to be cognizant of where those are located. But I know this is like really early on, so.
No, it's not. And in fact, right before I got up, we were talking about something very similar to that related to the restaurant. So that's a good comment. And I know that we've got, yeah, so obviously we'll have to designate that, and prior to obviously first certificate of occupancy. So it will be designed, but that's a good comment. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate all the work that's been put into this. I think it's really going to be a fabulous job. I'm excited to see it develop some more.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Duncan, anything on your end?
Can I just add one comment, short, brief? And it's related to Ms. Freelander's ending point about the restaurants or the retail. This is a large project on a site or an area of the city that has struggled. Nearby, we have a Target that went out. We've got, the Tinner Hill building, which has a lot of vacancy. And so it's important to get this one right, with the right retail that you think will come in and be viable and pay and sustain itself, because we have developments in other parts of the city that are really struggling to have retail occupancy. And so I hope that you guys learn from those lessons, and also we as a city learn from those lessons, and we've got to get it right, because this is a difficult site. I mean, I have a feeling that the people who live in Virginia Village and nearby may not have the income to just go over to the restaurant. So who are you going to pull to these areas? How are you going to make sure the businesses sustain themselves? Because it is a very difficult area, which is a great opportunity, but also an opportunity that I think we have to get right, because the worst thing that could happen is, I think, is if we got a bunch of blue tarps as the front facades, like we have in other areas of the city, for 2-3 years after the development's done. So the question, though, is retail mix, what are you thinking? And also, do you have tenants? Are they going to sign leases before we give the permits for construction or occupancy? How is that all working with this site and this development vis-a-vis what we've done in the past? So it's sort of for the applicant and also for city staff.
I'll have to go back and take a look at exactly when, we have a certain amount of restaurant space that we've committed to, certain amount of ground floor retail space that we've committed to, and there is a linkage that we will, for example, under 17B, prior to the first certificate of occupancy for any of the uses, 50% of the non-leased storefront facades will be completed. So that's trying to get away from that brown paper tarp issue that you had mentioned. There is also a requirement for and this is something that council requested, and Mayor Hardy's here, she's the driving force behind this one, that the spaces will be constructed to a warm lit shell. So basically making it very easy for having a tenant to move in, makes it a lot easier for us to market it as well. And then we also have, prior to the certificate of occupancy, for any part of the final part of the residential, that we will have 75% of the commercial space under executed lease. I will say too, we have learned lessons, and you can see it on South Maple, the depth of the retail on one of the buildings, the Tinner Hill building, and it makes it very difficult right at the corner. You can see that. We've learned lessons. It's the depth, It's also a generous pedestrian zone out front, especially for restaurants. And then it's also the visibility, which is what we try to do by getting rid of that sort of knob there, and then also just sort of simplifying the access overall. Eventually, the idea is that these buildings may someday redevelop, and we'll also have retail fronting directly on this, and so this becomes sort of the center of it as well. The Quinn family has made it very clear, though, that they will make sure that that these places are fully leased, they are occupied. We don't anticipate any long-standing brown paper or tarps in any of those whatsoever. And this is a comment you also made during the special exception process about trying to meet people where they are with the retail and with the restaurants. We will be considering that. It's still way too early for us to talk about tenants in particular, but we're cognizant of that, and we appreciate the comment.
And just one other comment about the surrounding area. I mentioned Virginia Village. We talked, Ms. Freelander mentioned the Henderson House, but we've got, the rental space for the Tinner Hill Foundation, which they're getting, 10 years at no rent, which is amazing. But I noticed that there is some on the uses for the retail. We've got a bunch of things that we say they can't utilize or you can't go in there. One of them is a vape shop. Well, you do have a vape shop in very close proximity. And when you think about the park and how it's programmed, and you think about there are homeless people right now in close proximity to this property, maybe even in the vicinity of this property, and having a vape shop located so close, and people who go to the vape shop may say, oh, wow, there's this great park. Let's hit the vape shop and let's go hit the park. And then you got a bunch of elderly people who are coming down and want to utilize it. You got people from all this. You just have to think about the programming. I did mention that last time. I want to mention it again. And because I mentioned that with the development that's near the high school. And I remember saying, we've got also elderly care there, and we got a bunch of high school kids. And I said, think about programming that space so we integrate the two. And that suggestion hit the city, and the city decided to put a police substation out there. That's not what I was talking about. And I would just want on record that please don't add security or the police to only get the type of people that you think you may want here, knowing that there's the vape shop, but do it in a way that brings people together and doesn't exclude people through security and policing. And I have no idea why we're spending a lot of money to put a substation police thing in right near the high school. Do we want the police to crack heads on our middle school and high school students? Because I swear that was my recommendation, to think about programming to integrate, and the solution was, oh yeah, we do have a problem. Let's just police it. Or we might have a problem, but if we put police there, that'll solve the problem. So on this site, I want to make it clear when I'm saying program it to integrate people, and also be aware that we have homeless people and we've got some drug-addicted people nearby. I am not saying over surveillance this area. I am saying think strategically about making it inclusive for all, knowing you've got some things there that the city is already telling you we need to exclude from your building. Literally is like 20 feet from your building.
Commissioner Howard, the issue you bring up is like creating ultra-wide, 40-foot wide streets and then installing traffic calming as a way to deal with it, or installing gates or lights when you could have achieved it through bushes and hedges or, some sort of programmatic things. With respect to public safety, there is a condition under 19N, and this came out of, I can't remember if it was in the commission process, maybe it was from the commission or at least from council, that we will meet with Parks and Rec and with the police department to develop protocols and signage and that sort of thing. But then we also have a commitment to engage a third-party professional to conduct a crime prevention through environmental design analysis to discern best practices as well. So it's not just it's not just police coming in and dealing with something that we could have achieved or addressed through the design of the actual site. And the curation of the retail and restaurants too, right? It's all part of the same symbiotic relationship.
Yeah, no, I think that's great. And I just want to say that You guys have done an amazing job. I think there's a lot of support. I know there's a lot of support on the Planning Commission. I know there's a lot of support on the council. I know there's a lot of support in our city staff, and there's a lot of support for this throughout the city of Falls Church. But it is a difficult site, and we want to get it right. And so the level of scrutiny is good. And not only has this been scrutinized, but you guys have really made changes that have vastly improved this. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think we've covered a lot of ground here tonight. I think most of the comments, I think, probably pretty helpful for you. We're going to get another bite at this in a couple of months, I think, or a couple of weeks. The AAB, I think, is going to have a review of it as well before we see it too. So, again, thanks to the applicant for all the answers in the presentation. Thank you to city staff. I think we have good comments. Anything else, Mr. Stoddard, before we?
No, that's all we have on this item.
Yep. Anything else on this?
On this, no. I'm sorry?
Anything else on Quinn before we move on? Okay.
No.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think we probably could take a break, or we could keep rolling through. What's people's preference?
I think stretch legs.
If we take a break, we should just vote to extend.
Okay. Let's take a 5-minute break. All right. But let's keep it 5 minutes, and then we come back, we'll vote to extend to.
How are you feeling? It was a lot. I can hear it. I'm sorry. What do you have?
So many things on this.
It's a lot.
It would take a long time for anybody to get a building.
It will.
And they've got, what is it, $27,000 just in fees to get the utilities?
Yeah, well, that's for anybody who wants to live, right? That's a lot of money.
That's why there'd be so few of these. That,
Yeah, it's worded strange.
not be getting the 20% free cash. But I got the impression that that discussion was held by UFC. It came out of there, but they didn't get it.
You guys ready?
So they didn't get into the details, but that was the end result of that. It's good discussion.
All right. Before we jump into the last work session item, I think Ms. Cohen has a good idea. We probably need to extend the meeting. Do you have a sense of what would be a good time, Mr. Stoddard? Need a half hour?
So I think for AEDs, I think what we would suggest is that we set up the item briefly, and then I think if the commission wanted to focus on the revised framework, certainly if we missed anything of the translation from the framework into code, that's fair game as well. But I think if you all focused your discussion on the revised framework, council did dig into it in quite a bit of detail. It might be more generous to say 45 minutes for y'all's review of that, and then maybe 15 minutes for wrap-up items.
You think 5 minutes we can?
So 45 minutes for accessory dwellings, and then you still have some cleanup items at the end in terms of information items going out, so maybe tack on 10 minutes for that as well.
Mr. Chair, I move to extend the meeting until 11:30 PM hard.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right, buckle up. All right, Mr. Stoddard. Next item is then the accessory dwelling unit update draft code work session item.
All right, thank you, Chair, members of the commission. The item before you is TO 2417, which is ordinance chapter 48 to expand what's permitted with accessory dwellings in the R1A and R1B district. The request section there tonight is for the Planning Commission to hold a work session. Of course, this isn't your first work session on the item, and I'll jump to the timing in a little bit here. But at this point, there is a revised framework, and this is also your first review of proposed zoning text itself. Planning Commission, or I'm sorry, the City Council did review the same materials that you're all seeing tonight. They reviewed them 2 days ago during their Monday work session. And first, consideration of first reading is tentatively scheduled for later this month by the City Council, November 25th. What I want to do is jump to the timing section, just to make sure everyone knows sort of where this has been and then where it is tentatively scheduled to go. Timing begins on 9/74. So this has been a methodical process. Of course, accessory dwellings has been something that's been, I think this might be the third work plan, the third 2-year work plan that it's included in. It's the first one in which staff has really put hours into it. So we started with initial scoping, presentation to the Planning Commission about how to approach this idea. And of course, that included a review of best practices throughout the country, preliminary workshop in phase 2. So there was a new set of materials provided, and that was seen by City Council, Planning Commission, general public, other interested boards and commissions. That input, as well as additional staff research, was used to develop a draft framework in early August. That was shared with City Council, Planning Commission, again, general public. That led to the latest set of changes, which is what resulted in the revised draft framework that's included in your staff report, as well as the draft code that's associated with it. And so you can see this has been moving through a process where it's putting out a draft, collecting feedback, revising that draft, collecting feedback. And now the next stage would be to move into a formal consideration with council considering first reading at November 25th. And then that still puts it several months away from the earliest possible consideration for final reading, which staff projects wouldn't occur until at least March of 2025. Just to summarize, I think where council landed at their work session, obviously they didn't take a vote. That's not what happens at work sessions, but they did step through each of the elements of the framework. I think there were points of discussion on every individual point of the framework. I think that the two biggest things that they had some questions were about some of the triggering requirements, about when stormwater code can be reviewed, when tree canopy requirements can be reviewed, how that could be worked into the code. In terms of when they looked at the schedule, it didn't seem like there was consensus to deviate from the schedule as proposed, understanding that there would be, of course, be refinements to what was presented to them on November 25th, and of course, understanding they have the flexibility on November 25th to either act on what's presented, modify it, or even to defer action to a later date. With that, by way of setup, I'll turn it over to our lead staffer on this one, Mr. Jack Trainer.
All right, thanks, Mr. Stoddard. Good evening, Planning Commission. I'm going to jump actually to that City Council staff report from Monday night, which includes a little bit more background information. So again, Planning Commission's requested to hold a work session on potential updates to the zoning ordinance around the accessory dwellings. Included in the presentation tonight is a walkthrough of the updated draft framework, but also included in the package are proposed text amendments to the code related to the draft framework. Again, which will be the bulk of my presentation, but before I get there, I just want to touch on some background. Again, accessory dwellings are an increasingly popular housing form that municipalities are exploring to address housing availability and diversity, attempting to reduce housing costs and have limited impacts on community character or sense of place, also known as gentle density. There's also other considerations that the draft framework addresses for both the city and the property owners, and those are impacts to public facilities such as schools and our city's utilities. There's also considerations for property owners and neighboring property owners on open space and tree canopy, stormwater runoff, and privacy as well. So all of these things go into the consideration for putting forth a draft framework and taking in comments and feedback and going back to the drawing board and making adjustments each time. Accessory dwelling regulations commonly hold dimensional standards and programmatic standards. Examples of each are included on line 36 of the staff report. keep jumping down. So I mentioned that included in the package is the first draft of proposed text amendments to the zoning ordinance related to accessory dwellings. A summary of those code sections are included here on line 98. It's also in the Planning Commission's staff report. So now I'll walk through kind of step by step the updated draft framework, focusing on the two furthest right columns. Second from the right, there is the revised framework, and then we've also included a staff rationale section on the updated recommendation. So I'm going to start with, we kind of broke this table up a little bit differently this time. There was a request to kind of call out standards for all accessory dwellings versus proposed standards for detached accessory dwellings specifically. So the table's been broken up that way. I'm going to start with general standards for accessory dwellings, beginning with gross floor area. The revised framework has no change from your previous work session on accessory dwellings, where the recommendation is to allow an accessory dwelling to be no larger than 1,000 square feet or 50% of the primary dwelling square footage. And that's based on kind of examining what the standard is for an accessory dwelling size. They tend to be, 500 to 900 square feet. So with that in mind, staff made and maintains this recommendation. Regarding lot coverage, the recommendation is the same, compliance with existing standards. Those are listed in the furthest left column. Second from the left. And those are the same standards that a single-family home has to comply with today. These are in place to mitigate stormwater runoff and, preserve things that the city values, like open space and tree canopy. And so staff recommends compliance with these standards. For location, this hasn't changed either. Staff recommends allowing accessory dwellings as by right accessory uses in the R1A and R1B districts, where the city's, principally where the city's detached single-family homes are located. Regarding parking, staff recommends no off-street parking requirements. Requiring off-street parking requirements does increase the cost of the project and can also add impervious surface to a lot. So for these reasons, staff's recommending no increased parking requirements for accessory dwellings. Regarding short-term rental, staff recommends no immediate change. This is the same as previously recommended. There was considerable discussion of this at the council meeting as well. Staff rationale for recommending no immediate change is that there's no current regulation on short-term rentals. Short-term rentals are generally considered inappropriate use for accessory dwellings as a best practice. And it allows flexibility for the property owner to accommodate the needs as may be. So staff's recommending that again a larger citywide policy be explored with that addresses accessory dwellings specifically. Important that I think the most important point that came out of the council work session on Monday was a question about whether the city could enact retroactively restrictions on accessory dwellings, specifically if an update goes through without addressing it specifically. And so the city attorney is looking into that question, and happy to discuss that more. But let me get through the rest of the draft framework. So regarding the owner occupancy requirement, staff's recommending no owner occupancy requirement. This would allow a property owner to rent out long-term both the principal and the accessory dwelling. It also gets at some equity issues where an owner occupancy requirement may prohibit the renters from occupying either. And so without discriminating against, rental housing specifically in accessory dwelling, staff's recommending no owner occupancy requirement. For occupancy limits, there's no change here either. Staff's recommending that the building code determine the occupancy limits or restrictions of an accessory dwelling. And there's been no change to the approval process either. An accessory dwelling would require a residential building permit and any trade permits associated with it. And a maximum of one accessory dwelling could be permitted on the lot as recommended. That's irrespective to either form. So one accessory dwelling, whether it's an attached or detached or conversion or any other form. So moving into the detached accessory dwelling recommendations. Starting with height, staff added some flexibility, I guess, here in the latest proposal, and they're tied to setbacks. So staff's recommending that for a detached accessory dwelling setback 5 feet, that the accessory dwelling could achieve a height of 20 feet or 1.5 stories. And for increased setbacks, for 10 feet, an accessory dwelling could go up to 25 feet or 2 stories, with the stipulation that no accessory dwelling could be taller than the principal dwelling to maintain that accessory use. And to offer some flexibility, again, to the property owner in terms of siting. This would allow the property owner to, determine where in their back or side yard where a detached accessory dwelling might go. This offers allows the backyard to retain that kind of open space. And so instead of requiring larger setbacks that may mandate that the detached accessory dwelling be placed right in the middle of the backyard, that would kind of eliminate any other use of that backyard. This flexibility allows the property owner to be kind of flexible about where they might put it and retain some other uses for their property. So setbacks, again, staff's recommending either 5 or 10 feet. And depending on the setbacks, that would determine how tall the accessory dwelling could be. And then regarding setbacks, the 2 other regulations, that the detached accessory dwelling not be permitted in the front yard, and that a 10-foot minimum separation be required for the nearest walls of the primary dwelling and the accessory. And then lastly, for existing accessory buildings, for any existing accessory building, such as a garage, that was built before January 1st, 2024, so any accessory building that exists today, staff's recommending that it be eligible to receive a special use permit from the BZA if it is non-conforming in regards to setback or height or any other lot or design element. So other updates is that staff included a anticipated unit count section here. Data's limited on accessory dwelling construction in the area. It's a relatively newly I don't know, like the regulations have come down recently in our area compared to the West Coast. So data can be hard to come by for comps especially, but looking at the anticipated unit count, and coming up with this estimation for Falls Church, we looked at Arlington, where some of the best data is available, and we found that accessory dwellings account for less than 10% on average of all new single-family homes built annually in the county. And so extrapolating that to the city, where approximately 20 new single-family homes are built every year, that would result in about 2 new accessory dwellings every year. And we've also included a section on utilities. So the zoning, well, not just the zoning ordinance, but the city code, the city charter right now requires new and non-shared utility lines for all new residences on the same lot. So this would require an accessory dwelling, a detached accessory dwelling specifically to have its own water and sewer lines. So again, that's the way the code is written right now. And so staff made an estimation about what it would cost under the current conditions. So we included the chart on line 202 of what those utility fees would look like for all new hookups, including water, electricity, gas, and sewer, and found that currently it's expensive. It would take about $27,000 in utility costs alone. And so that's there for transparency and to add to the conversation that this is another consideration for property owners currently who want to build a detached accessory dwelling under the current regulations and, the current proposal. In the public engagement section, we've included an update to the DOT voting data. Again, we always include the caveat that public engagement is obviously important, and the DOT voting is just one form of it, and plays a part in going into the recommendation updates, along with all the feedback received at meetings and staff analysis. But those updates are included in the council report. And then lastly, I want to touch on the fiscal impact analysis. So I mentioned earlier that data can be hard to come by in our area to get a sense of what the true fiscal impact might be. So we again turned to Arlington, where we found the most kind of comprehensive and nearby data available on a per property basis, and we looked at how the property value changed for select properties that added an accessory dwelling with no other construction going on. So tried to just isolate properties that just added an accessory dwelling. And we looked at the property value before they added an accessory dwelling and immediately after it was complete to the next tax year. And we found on average that an accessory dwelling added 15%, I think we had. Yeah, 15%. Across the handful of properties we looked at. I think we looked at 6. And so to date, that's staff's kind of best estimation about what we might expect in the city. Also, that's revenues. I should say that we're also looking at, in terms of fiscal impact, what the expenditures would be. It's, again, because this isn't really a housing form that exists in the city, it's hard to exactly quantify, the people generation and some of the other expenditures. So we're continuing to kind of refine that and work with those with expertise on city staff to, again, kind of hone in on a truer fiscal impact analysis. And so that'll be included in future reports. So I'll just end with the timing section again. We're at the now November 6th Planning Commission work session. As scheduled, formal consideration could begin at the end of November, moving into a whole host of other public engagement opportunities with both bodies and also the general public. We've got open houses. We don't have hard dates for open houses yet. I think we want to understand what the timeline is going to be moving forward before we put down any dates, and knowing any other adjustments that we may need to make before doing that. But again, as currently scheduled, City Council, the Planning Commission's public hearing is scheduled for March, and the City Council's final consideration is also scheduled for March. So I'll end it there, Mr. Chair, and happy to take any questions. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much. Really appreciate the comprehensiveness of the report and all the work you put into this, and the additional stats and research. The stats on Arlington were very interesting. And the timeline, the city's been at this for a really long time. It's reflected in all the work you've done. I have a couple of questions that I want the commissioners to weigh in first, but one thing you mentioned when you're going through it, that you talked about some of the changes around short-term rentals, or some of the discussion with the council. You said you were going to get back to it. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more?
Sure, yeah. So the question came up about whether there would be any legal issues that the city may have to think through about putting restrictions on short-term rental uses in accessory dwellings down the line. Whereas if an update to the ordinance is approved and accessory dwelling, or excuse me, short-term rental use is left unregulated, if adding those restrictions later would open the city to any legal trouble.
The city attorney's looking at that now.
And she's looking into that question, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. And we'll report back on that. Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. Given the hour, let's take questions and comments, I think, concurrently. Let's start on this end and just kind of go down the line. Mr. Duncan, you want to lead us off?
Yeah, somebody stopped me at 5 minutes. So I'll start where I should end, which is to answer the question, as I understand it, that we face tonight, which is, are we ready for formal consideration of this idea? Does it contain enough merit to suggest to council that they formally consider it? And my answer to that is yes. I've had the opportunity to attend at least 3 of the 4 town halls, and I heard the council meeting Monday night where they did their deep dive. They talked about it again in the mayor's manager scheduled meeting this morning. You know, I think there are obviously a lot of elements to this to explore programmatically and dimensionally. But I think all those have been put upon the table fairly thoroughly on repeated occasions by staff. We've already had a chance to get a lot of public input. I've enjoyed reading the notes and letters and online posts about this topic. I feel like we've framed up the issues that we face very well. Now, the job that we have is to actually see if we can come to like mind on them. And on some things, at the beginning, I expect we won't. You know, some folks have ideas about the owner occupancy requirement. Some folks have concerns about parking. You know, there's concerns, obviously, because it is a significant change in the way things have been done here, which is to say we hardly allow any of these accessory dwelling units at all, even inside people's houses. But I do believe that we need to keep moving forward as the staff lays out here, and keep to a schedule, because we need to match the effort we expend with the yield of the process. And as the staff's indicated, we probably, out of this reform, are only going to get a handful at best of houses in any given year that would have some sort of accessory dwelling. Some folks would say, well, then why are we even talking about this at all? But, you know, we're a little city, and sometimes we have to start small. Sometimes we have to go, you know, hand to hand on these topics and fight them out over a period of number of years. And I think that's okay, too. I'd like us to try to come up with some kind of regime that does not overburden families that might be interested in developing accessory dwellings on their property. I think mostly this is not going to be of great interest to big money developers, because big money developers are just going to tear down, you know, a house like mine and build a mega mansion in its place. It seems more likely that families who are planning ahead for the needs of their children or their elderly relatives or themselves when they get elderly, those are the likely most to use this vehicle if we can get to the processes and have a framework that will enable homeowners to come to the city with proposals to do accessory dwellings. So I'm pretty excited by the idea about spending the winter tackling this and hearing what people say, and I hope that we'll move forward on it.
I agree with a lot of the things that Mr. Duncan stated. I think the biggest question for me that I think we really need to define is, what's the purpose of the accessory dwelling unit? Is it for family? Is it for kids, your kids who are growing and have grown, and is it a place for them so that they're close by? Is it for childcare? Is it for, home care that is not in your home, but that person is there? Or are we going to set it up to become a profit center? So I think we really need to, if the intention is what you stated, which is there is a desire to have it be for families, have it be for in-home care that is on your property, child care that's on your property, a child who's grown, who is getting their first leg into the world outside, from their next step from high school. I think those things, we really cannot punt the short-term rental to a different policy discussion. I think it goes hand in hand with this. I think if we allow the short term, then that changes the fabric of our city, right? There's not an accountability to your neighbors if you've got people coming and going freely every weekend. I think that changes it more into a profit center. So I think if the intent is to make it more that we're trying to maintain the fabric of our city, the community of our city, the interpersonal accountability that we do have to our neighbors every day because we are a tiny city. We should lift some of those regulations or find a way to lift those regulations so that the extra tie-ins have to be separate. If it's part of your property and the intention is that somebody on that property is there long-term with you, whether it be a long-term rental because it's, a student or whatever, I think lifting some of those regulations to make it more economical to allow that flexibility for the family center unit as that, right? I think I'm on board with that. I'm not on board with allowing it to be a profit center, if that's what the intention is. And then do you want to just go down the row and then talk about each one of them?
Go through your list.
Oh, good.
Then we're all going to go through.
Okay.
One by one.
All right, so the gross floor area, I was a little bit concerned about the verbiage on line 831 versus what's in the revised framework verbiage. And it's a little bit confusing to me because when you say habitable floor area or gross floor area or square footage, what does that mean? Is that unfinished space? Is that potential finished space? Is that outside the eaves? Because, we've all had our houses assessed at one point, and each assessor will assess the attic in a different way, right? Like, if it's only 5 feet by 5 feet, I don't count the rest of the square footage. But, you can put dormers in, and that becomes extra square footage. So how is that? I think we really need to tackle what is the definition of square footage so that we know, because we have homes that are 4,000 square feet. So if you say it's half the primary dwelling, that's a 2,000 square foot accessory unit.
With the 1,000 square foot maximum.
But as it's worded on 831, it's worded in a way that you can interpret it to be it's not to exceed 1,000 square feet or half the principal dwelling square footage. So I think we really need to tighten up that language so that it's not more than 1,000 square feet. I don't know. I think the 50% of the primary dwelling is a little bit confusing, especially if you've got a smaller home on a larger lot that you just haven't developed yet, you're kind of limited. So now you have to do the principal home first and then the accessory. So that was some of my confusion on that one. And then it was fine with lot coverage, location. I appreciated the parking analysis or the traffic analysis that you guys gave. I think that was in support of that the amount of cars are coming down into the city. So I was thankful that you guys provided that information. I already talked about my reluctance on the short term. I would say we need to just nix it because at the I don't want to punt it because I think we may have a legal issue. I'm glad the city attorney is looking at that. But when we talk about the owner occupant requirement, I think there's opportunity there to say if the owner if it's a long-term rental only and there isn't the ability to have a short-term rental, I don't think you're going to run into the problems when the owner has to leave the property because their job moves overseas. I think we can address that on a case-by-case or a special exception or whatever the process is within the city to allow that particular long-term rental. Because again, I think as a long-term renter, you have more accountability. You're not going to be upsetting your neighbors as much. There is a level of personal surveillance in how close all of our homes are together that I think it's better to have a longer term rental and just nix the short term. That's where I'm standing. I'm sticking to it. Okay, and then height. This is, there's a couple of issues that I think we need to talk about with height because where are you measuring that height from? Are you measuring it from the average height of the property? So if you have a property that slopes down and your principal is up here, are you measuring it from the midline of the property grade?
The ordinance explains how to measure height.
Yeah, that's what I don't know. So I don't.
It's in there.
Okay, and then is it, across? Okay, if it's in there, I'll look at it. But the other question I had too was the height, the overall height. I think we need to be clear. If the ordinance says it's to the midline of the roof, I think I think some of these might be too high. And I almost want to go with a bulk angle, right, from the property line. Is like you have this bulk angle where nothing of your structure can penetrate that angle. So whatever that angle is, and then you don't have to worry about this setbacks, and then you cap it at a 1.5 stories or cap it at 2 stories, right? But then you don't have to worry about the setbacks, right? Because you're going to have some that are at 3 feet, if you've got like a non-conforming existing building, right? So I think if you're evaluating it more on an angle from where the property line is so that nothing of that structure can protrude that angle, then you're also accounting for those dormers that are going to stick out, right? That might be facing right into somebody's yard. So I think maybe that's a solution to part of this, but I also think that we need to state what that 20 feet is very clearly. If that's to the ridge, I think that's more acceptable than saying to the midline. Setbacks, I think that goes with the bulk angle thought process. And then that was it for my high points. I just wanted to make sure that when we go back to look at the policy, where the policy actually matches what we finally decide in the table. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I'll go next here on the line. Okay, overall, I was a little disappointed. I didn't see a lot of the stuff we talked about last time incorporated. I guess staff can make the recommendations. A lot of the things I know I asked about and talked about at the last work session, pretty much none of them were incorporated, maybe with the exception of not allowing them in front yards. So that's okay. We can agree to disagree from staff and us, but I was disappointed that I didn't see more changes. In fact, I saw very few that reflected that. But I'll say them again because I think they're important. As far as some of the things that I think, need to be in here. I think the owner occupancy, that change, that deletion, I think is a mistake. There was some question. It was from a member of the public. It not only is it done in Fairfax, it's also done in Arlington. It's limited to owner, one of the units has to be owner occupied. So I know the staff loves Arlington. I love Arlington too. But, and they do it there. If you want to have an accessory dwelling unit in Arlington, one of the units, the primary or the accessory, needs to be owner occupied. Fairfax does the same thing. One of the units, either one, doesn't matter which one, has to be owner occupied. I don't think it's discriminating against renters. I think there's something to be said for what the purpose of it is to, again, we're trying to allow options for, again, people to have something that's truly accessory to their dwelling. If you allow the whole thing to be rented out, I don't know. I mean, I think that it starts to, you are kind of inviting, an investor to come in and try to maximize what they can get out of a lot, and build a secondary unit in the back. Just for that reason, I don't know. It's a policy issue, but to me, I think we should have one of the units be owner occupied, and that would be consistent with both of our neighbors on either side. Not that that matters, but since that was asked by somebody and brought up. I think the short-term rental issue is legitimate to consider that. I mean, I think we're behind the curve in not having a short-term rental ordinance. Some of our neighbors have had that for a long time now. We have them in the city today. I'm not aware that they're a huge problem for people, but they're there. I mean, there are short-term rentals. If you go online to any of the major sites, you can find short-term rentals. And the fact that, the state several years back General Assembly allowed local jurisdictions the ability to regulate them, and we just have chosen not to do it. But I think that, this may open up more opportunity for people to have short-term rentals, and short-term rentals certainly do have impacts that are different than long-term rentals. Typically the cutoff is 30 days. It definitely is a different type of use than a long-term rental. So I think that's a legitimate concern. It doesn't mean that it would have to happen in lockstep with this, but it should be kind of like a follow-on, motion that, okay, we're going to do this, but then right up next, we're going to look at short-term rentals, because I think the two would be related. The other thing on not just the owner occupancy, but the overall occupancy, I think we talked about this last time, that right now, our ordinance defines, maximum occupancy. The building code for residential, doesn't speak to how many people you can have in a house. So we define it in our ordinance as a family, and we say a family is up to 8. Well, anyone related by blood or marriage, any number, you could have, I don't know, in theory, you could have 20 people related by blood or marriage in a house, or 8 unrelated people. 8's a big number for an accessory unit, so it may never actually happen. I know when we brought this up last time, there was some discussion about where does that come from. Some of our neighbors, have a different number as far as what they consider a family to be, or the maximum number of unrelated people who can live in a house. It's a different issue, but it comes into play here if we're saying that we're going to just default to what the principal residence can have. Some other jurisdictions do limit the number of people who can be in an accessory unit. Just something to think about if we'd want to have again, it's a worst case scenario. It'd probably never happen where you'd have 8 people in one and 8 people in another. It's hard to see that with the size of things, but anyhow, I thought I would bring that up as well. There's nothing in here about interior units. I know there's been the main focus, and when people hear ADU, they think the little granny flat in the backyard, but the reality is the majority of secondary units, at least in Northern Virginia, are inside people's houses. They're additions, they're in basements, they're basement apartments. That's not handled here at all. I've brought that up several times over the course of this, and I still don't see that reflected in any way. So I think do we want to have the same exact rules for those as far as maximum size? Maybe we do, maybe we don't. But they don't, they're different. The impacts are different. They're lesser, of course, when it's inside the house. But we should think about that because it's I know we've talked about it. Maybe it got lost somewhere, but it's not reflected. The setback issue, I brought it up last time. I'll bring it up again. I think and actually you guys kind of went the other direction. I think 20 feet tall at 5-foot setback is way too tall for a 5-foot setback. I know right now, if you want to shoot a shed, we allow you to go to 12 feet tall at 3, which is pretty close. I think 5-foot setback at a 20-foot tall structure is pretty tall. And I think that, especially in R1B, where the lots are smaller, it starts to get a little looming, over your neighbor. At 5 feet, you don't really have much room to plant anything. You're 20 feet tall, you're not going to have you really can't effectively screen that, from a neighbor. And that's why I think that if you're going to allow that tall, then I think you need to set it back. I suggested meeting the requirement for the principal dwelling. If you want to go over, certainly if you want to go over 1 story, we should meet the setback for the principal. Why allow it to be down to 5 feet? I don't know. I think that's too close for something of that height. And/or you could have different regulations in R1A and R1B because the R1A lots are bigger, and so maybe there you do require a deeper setback. These are all things to consider. The not taller than the principal. I guess that's a change. That one is interesting. I guess that's good. I've seen examples where the ADU is taller than the principal. It looks kind of strange, although if it's way in the back, it doesn't always make a big difference. But and I know you guys, you did listen to some of the comments. I don't know if it was from me, but from some folks about the 10-foot separation from the nearest walls of primary dwelling. I know we talked about that. I don't know if 10 foot is the right size, but it's something. I think that's also important to, allow to try to get at that. And last but not least, I've made this pitch several times for not allowing everything by right. I think that we should have a special use permit path for some subset of these, whether it's on lots that are undersized. There's a number of lots in the city that are undersized, like in R1B, where having that extra, case-by-case scrutiny to make sure it's going to work on a lot that's already small would make sense. So I think, like, if you have a perfectly conforming lot, then I think we can we can have some of these by right. I'm not against having some of them by right, but I think some subset, and/or if people want to deviate from, like, some of these setbacks, we could set these setbacks and then we allow someone a special use permit path if they want to, deviate from that. If they have a good argument to say, you know what, I should be able to go down to 5 feet because, the way my neighbor's lot is, it wouldn't be a problem. Instead of having them to meet a variance standard, which is really tough, let them do a special use permit. So, I know you mentioned, like, for non-conforming structures, but this would be for new structures. I know it's getting late, a lot of people want to talk, so I'm going to shut up, but those are my main things. A lot of them are stuff I said the first time, and with some additional editorial. I don't know if we'll be ready in a couple weeks for first reading. I guess it's not really our call. We take what we get from the council, but I think there's some additional fleshing out that needs to happen. I know council on Monday, I listened to some of what they had to say. There was some concern shared by some members, so that's where I'm at. I think we can get there. I think it's a worthwhile endeavor. We're embarking on to do it, but let's just, let's try to do it right. So we're getting there. We're making progress. I mean, I'm not meaning to totally criticize staff. We're getting there. So that's it. Yeah.
Go to this side.
My turn? Okay. Well, I guess I'll just restate, like, my position on this is I see it as about really allowing people to meet their needs in the best way that they know how, whether those are, on their own private property, whether those are family needs or even financial needs. They need some income from rentals. So that's how I see this. It's not really about, like, if we get a lot of housing out of it, smaller housing out of it, that's great, but that's not the driving reason for this to me. It's really about giving people the choice and the freedom to make the decisions that suit their needs on their property. And I guess I'd say it's going to take time for these to be built, so I'm comfortable with, the staff recommendation to revisit the short-term rental issue in a more holistic way, soon after this discussion. A couple comments. I really like the staff rationale column. Thank you. Super helpful to have that laid out. I feel like that's like the first question to you. Why did you recommend this? So having that in the document is really helpful, cuts down on the time here. I like that the process looks relatively easy for someone to be able to build one of these. The code fits on one page. Visually, it doesn't look like we've established all of these different rules. So from considering my motivation for supporting this, like that appeals to me. I'm glad you dropped the owner occupancy. I'm glad you kept the no required parking. And I do think it would be good to look into those tree canopy and stormwater triggers, however that happens for new builds. Maybe there's some step here that needs to be done as part of the permitting. And actually, speaking of that, I have a few suggested changes or ideas for things we might consider changing, and one of them is those hookup fees. $27,000 is a relatively smaller share of a new, like, multi-million-dollar home, but it's a larger share of a maybe $250,000, $300,000 accessory dwelling. So I don't know what the rationale is for those. I don't know if those are imposed by the various utility companies or if the city controls them, but if we have control over them, I would argue that we should be scaling those to an accessory use. I would support one internal and one external AD per lot. I'm not really sure why we wouldn't do that. Physically in the lot, like, it's the same effect on the neighborhood. So I guess it's really just like you have potentially two renters on your property, or two. Like, I could see a situation where maybe somebody wants to have like a little guest house for visitors who come, and then they also have a nanny or something like that who lives in the house, right? Like, again, why do we have to micromanage people's personal decisions about how to meet their family needs? And in that regard, I think internal ADs were originally allowed in the RM district. So again, I'm wondering, was there a reason we wouldn't allow internal ADs in our sort of townhouse districts, RC, RM, RTH? Why would we not permit people who are in townhouses to be able to have an AD as well?
I think that gets a little tricky because the RM district has townhouses, but you also have larger multifamily. And so specifying, informed townhouse versus another form of multifamily, just enforcing that could be tricky. I mean, something we could think through. We've heard that was brought up at the council meeting, is a request to look more into allowing internal accessory dwellings in a townhouse, where a detached in the backyard might not be possible. So it's something we can look into, but those are some of the initial considerations for that.
That sounds good. And then to the point that Ms. Friedlander raised earlier on the clarity of that language, I think you could say the lesser of 1,000 square feet or 50% of the square footage of the principal dwelling, or however we phrase it. And then on the short-term rental, I don't know if there's some way to signal. I mean, I think the lawyer needs to take a look at whether there's any exposure there. I mean, I would imagine if we regulate short-term rentals, there are a lot of people that have them now with existing buildings who could also sue us, presumably. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. But maybe there's a way to signal to folks that are interested in building these these ADs with the intent of renting them short-term, that may not be possible in the future if they are regulated. So just a suggestion. That's it for me.
Thank you.
My turn? I think I can get through this in less than 5 minutes. I'm going to cover both the dimensional standards and the programmatic standards. So starting out with floor area, ideally I'd like a smaller allowance than the 1,000 square feet, but I wouldn't vote against the item because of what's in the staff proposal. I do agree that, at least I found a need for better definition of gross floor area, habitable area, livable area. That wasn't real clear to me, but maybe I just wasn't reading clearly enough. On building height, ideally, I'd like a lower height than what's in the staff proposal, but I probably could live with it. I particularly liked having a sliding scale of height with setback, especially since I think I recommended that a couple of meetings ago. How height is measured across different structures, again, it seemed a little confusing to me, but again, that just may be me as a non-professional planner, but midpoint versus highest point, be nice to have that clarified. On setbacks, I'm okay with the staff proposal. Given that accessory structures have been 3 feet, not that many ADs will be built due to the cost and other impediments. One question that I had was whether or not HVAC equipment, like outside condensers, could be placed in the either 5 or 10 foot zone. I assume they can, and if that's the case, I don't know if there's a way to deal with potential noise issues. New mini-split systems, as I think any kind of engineer can tell you, are very quiet, and they could be put in that area without causing a problem for neighbors. So that may be something staff would want to look at. Impervious lot coverage, I'm okay with the staff approach. And it wasn't real clear to me how often the grading plan could be sidestepped by coming in at less than 2,500 square feet, but my guess is any kind of a path up to where the AD is will probably push it over the grading plan requirement. It'd be interesting to get staff's view on how many ADs they think would actually fall in that donut hole. On programmatic standards, parking, basically I'm okay with what we're proposing. I mean, certainly agree with the overall concept, but I do understand concerns in areas where on-street parking is already congested, and it may be that some additional work in that area, such as what Arlington has done, could be something that would apply to us as well. Short-term rentals, I very much align myself with Commissioner Friedlander's comments. I'm very concerned about short-term rentals, and I think I've mentioned that previously. It seems like we're introducing what's mainly a commercial activity into residential neighborhood. Concerned about the churn of occupants and what problems that might cause for neighbors. I've kind of seen that happen in situations where I had a townhouse in Savannah and a lot of short-term rentals were allowed, and they really did change the character of the neighborhood. So I would question whether or not we want to allow additional housing structures to be taken up for a commercial activity, such as short-term rental. I know jurisdictions, I believe DC is one of them, that don't allow this because they're very concerned about the impact that allowing short-term rentals has on the overall housing market and even driving up costs. So I would suggest taking up the city manager's proposal that I heard at the meeting on Monday, and that is to allow short-term rentals at a later date, not right out of the gate. I would be open to some short-term rental situations at this time, such as when an owner sells a primary residence and needs a bridge housing, depending on their move, or possibly even between. I think the example was given between long-term rental situations where an owner may need to engage in short-term rentals to maintain the profitability of the rental. Although I would just point out that in our HOA where I live, we've allowed long-term rentals beyond 6 months for a long time, and it's just considered to be the part of the cost of business. If you lose one tenant and you may have a few months before you get a new tenant, that's just part of the cost of doing business, and they do get a lot of tax benefits. When you think about all the maintenance that we do, and there's this tax deductible, and those of us that own homes, and nope, it's just a straight out expense. There's a lot of incentive already, I think. Ownership requirements, I'm okay with the staff proposal. I mean, I do agree that on-site ownership probably has some benefits in terms of care of the property, but I'm just not sure how practical it is. In terms of the practice occupancy, I'm okay with the staff proposal. Approval process, I'm okay with the staff proposal. I do agree with the mayor's suggestion to maintain internal ADs where they are currently allowed, and I think you just mentioned that you could research that some more, so I would definitely support that. So I'll end it there.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll try to be really quick. One, I would say, I appreciate the staff looking at the fiscal impact. I know it's difficult to do that type of analysis. I think you're starting to get there, but we've got some data on what it might be, how many units will be built, and what the fiscal impact will be for the homeowner, but also for our city in terms of tax revenue. So I appreciate that. I support this policy, the ADUs, but under certain conditions. One, no short-term rentals. I think we should make the rental period 6 months minimum. And paired with that, owner occupancy for the primary, or, you know, if Arlington and Fairfax have the primary or the ADU being owner occupied, I'm fine with that. But one of them has to be owner occupied. And I say that because, and I agree with Mr. Stevens, is like, we don't want turnover. We don't want an unintended consequence to happen here. And the unintended consequence is having investors come in and having residential turnover. Both those things together can disrupt our neighborhoods, our community. If we have the 6-month minimum for the lease and then owner occupied, we reduce that risk. But the third thing I'm going to add is something that is not in the staff report. And Chair Puentes mentioned it at the end of the time period when we looked at this last time and said, how do we get affordability into this? Because we know these ADUs will not really be affordable. They'll be expensive because our land is expensive, development costs are expensive, which means these ADUs, when they are built, will be expensive, even if they're only 1,000 square feet. And I think what we need to do, what I would recommend we do, is pair this zoning legislation with fiscal legislation, which would have to be separate but would be complementary. And what we would do is say any additional tax revenue that is generated from a new ADU gets put into our affordable housing fund. It's not going to be a lot of revenue. It's going to be very little revenue based on the fiscal analysis you all did. But I think it signals that we care about economic growth and equity. And so we are taking just a tiny little bit of tax money and putting that in our affordable housing fund. It's not going to help us really build affordable housing, but it might if a lot of these are built. And it also just signals that we want development and we want to spread the increased tax base that we're bringing into those who are low, moderate income and trying to make a space for them in our community. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much for that. I'll be very quick too. Just I very much agreed on the fiscal analysis. Thanks for including that. I like this idea on the contributions to the fund. Again, it may be small, but I think it does signal the things that Mr. Hyra was saying, which I agree with. Short-term rentals, I'm all over the place on this one. I'm really swayed by my fellow commissioners on this one. I go back and forth, so I don't know where I am on this one yet, but I really do appreciate the discussion up here today. Parking's good. I do like Mr. Krasner's suggestion on allowing potentially for special use permits in certain cases. Why not open that up? And then Commissioner Comont's suggestion on scaling the fees. Again, I don't know how that's done. I think probably the city probably has less control over that than I think. But again, it would be good to know if there's some potential there. So, any other final comments for the good of the order on this? Anything from staff that you need from us? Or
No, I thought the conversation, that the input today was helpful. As I said, council saw the same materials, and that's been intentional. We're trying to take the same materials out with each phase of the project. Council provided some good direction. Staff, we know we have some cleanup to do on the code, and obviously we'll take the planning commission's inputs into that process as well.
Could I close to just one thing? Oh, sorry. Thank you. A couple of times I've heard and listened to the council, some member express concern that the staff's presentation is biased towards favoring something in this area, which, we'll talk about a lot later. But tonight, you actually began with a paragraph that was, on the other hand, this is a bad idea, and here's why, traffic and so forth. I just might suggest the next time this comes out that we beef up a paragraph in your document that, acknowledges that there are folks who have deep and, complex concerns about this, and here's some reasons, just to make sure that we're holding ourselves harmless from accusations that we're trying to load the deck. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. All right. Let's close the work session item and move on to information items. We have 3 minutes left on the agenda, Mr. Stoddard. I don't know if that's possible, but
I will go.
8A is Planning Commission reports. Why don't we punt that for now and go to just the director's report?
Sure. So if I could, I'll start with the look ahead. I probably know 3 minutes is not enough. If we could get another 10 minutes here, I think I could wrap it up.
Yeah. Can I make a motion to extend for another, can we say to 11:40?
Sure.
11:45?
Second.
11:40.
11:40.
Second. All in.
Second?
Yeah.
Second. Mr.
Second over
Stevens,
there.
all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
All right.
You don't need to use the full 13 minutes.
I will not if I don't need to. So I never want to surprise anyone. I'll start with the look ahead. Mr. Shaner, if you're able to go to the second page on the agenda there, and then zoom in. So next regular meeting for the group is November 20th. You'll have your first work session on a by right project at 821 West Broad. It's at the corner of Broad and Spring for the Econize closets. It would be a tear down of an existing building and construction of a new all commercial building. That utilities chapter will probably be rescheduled, and I'll have to get a later date for you on that. But you would have your quarterly CIP update. And that probably means there'd be room on the agenda to talk about the planning program for next calendar year, 2025. Closing out the year, we would distribute the end of year service survey, as we have been doing for the last several years. We'd distribute that at the December meeting. We'd also present to you a draft annual report for your input and improvement. And then we'd close out the year with a final work session on the bike plan, as well as I'm not sure if that should be final work session, but a work session on accessory dwellings, and then also asking you to take action on your schedule of annual meetings for the following year, 2025. If there are no questions on the look ahead, I'll jump to the written report. One, I failed to include it in the written report, but I did want to make you all aware that council did approve the changes to the zoning ordinance around commercial parking. They ultimately landed on exempting the first 1,200 square feet of commercial uses from those parking calculations at time of certificate of occupancy. Let's see. So that was more than what staff had recommended, less than what the Planning Commission had recommended. They had landed in the middle. Annual traffic volume analysis. So credit for this one goes to, so congratulations to Jack Chainer on seeing that commercial parking ordinance through the process. Annual traffic volume analysis. This credit goes to Zoe LaRive. And actually, if we are able to jump to the first attachment here, just to walk you through what this chart is, we had included these numbers in the 5-year outlook. This downward trend on actual traffic volume. So not necessarily the number of vehicles, but the number of vehicles moving around. There may well be more cars within the city, they're just not moving the way they used to. So there are 3 sets of lines here. The orange line, I'm sorry, there are 4 sets of line. The red dotted lines going up and down are calling out major economic shocks, which tend to change travel behavior. So the one on the left, the 2008 recession, and then the one on the right, the start of the safety provisions that went into place with the COVID-19 pandemic. The orange line is showing the upward trend of population. The blue line is a stand-in. It's a proxy for travel that's going in and out of the city. So she collected data at sort of entry and exit points to the city that VDOT collects annually going all the way back to 2007. The solid blue line is the actual data counts at those points. The dotted, which you can see took a major dip at the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. The dotted blue line is showing the trend line between the 2 reds. So the idea is before economic shocks, what was the trend line, and then the solid blue is the actuals. And what you can see is that even absent the COVID-19 pandemic, traffic volumes in and out of the city were steadily declining. And then the solid green is a proxy for downtown traffic, so calculating vehicle counts at the 4 legs of the Broad and Washington intersection, and again showing that data is similarly trending down even in the absence of the COVID-19 pandemic, although the numbers are now starting to tick up to where they were, at least along that trend line. So that's the first attachment. Second one, this is, so that was a refinement of something we'd shared previously. The second one is a new analysis, and this one was done by our intern, Yasmin Rajkanakar. So this was a look back at special exception projects and how architecture varied from time of special exception approval to time of actual construction. I'm not going to walk through all these slides. There's too many to do tonight, but if we're able to just go to the next slide, right, the research question is, how does architecture change from conceptual design to built conditions? And so she compared various projects, and as she did it, she broke it down by different elements of architecture. So the materials and the colors, the windows and the balconies, the facade projections, ground floor, the pedestrian realm, and then any other notable features specific to that project. It's a good read, and I think for staff, we'll use it as an illustrative guide about what to look for as projects transition from this SE to site plan phase. And we've certainly already put it into practice with the Quinn project. The last item that's included in your report is the Planning and Zoning and Quarterly Report. Credit here for Emily Bazemore for pulling all of this together as she has for, more than a year now. If we scroll down, there's a new ad that this one we had before. This is charting our progress against the council's strategic initiatives. The other thing we've done is we've heard that sometimes the report gets long or it's heavy on text, so we've included a chart. If you're able to go down at this one. So this is our first cut at getting rid of some of the text. So this is using the flow arrows across the top of the chart are showing how projects move through the process. And we might be able to zoom in just to show those title headings. But the idea is that projects begin in a pre-application stage. Some of them need to seek zoning entitlement, the SE phase. They all go to a site plan phase. There are development bonds that get posted. There's a building permit that has to be issued. The actual construction, of course, has to take place. Then the as-built to make sure that they built it as they said they would. Permanent COs are issued, and then development bonds are released after the site is stabilized. And so the idea is to chart the progress of all of these projects across these various dates. And I think probably an improvement we'll make is start charting the dates at which projects clear these different stages, and then projected dates for when they'll hit ones in the future. And then I think this chart would largely take place of the next 4 or 5 pages of the report. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Okay. It's very helpful. Questions for Mr. Stoddard? Okay. If not, we will move to close. Any other final comments from anybody? I want to thank everybody for sticking around. I know it's been a long 2 days for a lot of people, so thank you for taking the time. So if nothing else, we are adjourned. Thank you. Long 2 days.